Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom, family. Ima, are you present? All right, let's rock and roll. That's why we didn't get no music today, because Ima wasn't present. Her photo was up, but Ima is absent. Just so that you guys be aware of what's going on today, just to make you aware, my Isha has been in labor since yesterday. She's been in labor since yesterday, and Princess has been attending to her along with her mother and the midwife. Therefore, her presence will not be felt as much as it's been in the past because of that reason. But she's here with us, and she will be performing her portion once she returns back. But we're going to do our best to be our best to teach you and present to you the best that we have to offer so that we can all rise together and worship this King. Worship the King in greatness, in truth and honor and respect that we have to offer. May he be pleased with all of our actions and all that we do in honor of him. All right, so we're going to get started like this. This is how we're going to get started. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. From everlasting to everlasting, for he is King. So our talk this morning, before we begin our classes, is a pretty, I guess, interesting topic. What I wanted to talk about is our children. We have to understand and realize, although we say it with our mouths, a lot of times we don't fully understand that our children are our future, meaning that in the years to come, even in the days to come, our lives will be predicated off of how we raise and what we instill in our children in their youth. Now, I'm speaking of a lot of the children that I know, that I've come into encounter with, and that I have dealt with in the very time that the Creator has allowed me to be here on the earth. Some of the experiences that I've seen, let's just say within the last 20 years. If you don't take hold of your child, you will hurt our chances of a great future. I'll repeat that. If you don't take hold of your child or your children, you will hurt, possibly destroy our chances for a great future. This generation and the few generations prior to them has been a disaster. I got my brother Kezu. He's been here with me for a couple of days on the land. We've been out working. And I have 2 teenage boys who's been here with us on the land for 2 days. Well, they've been here a little longer than 2 days. And to me, it's embarrassing how difficult it is to get these young men to do anything. Here, the major thing that we have to do is cut the grass, keep the grounds cut, keep the trash out, keep the trash burnt, take care of those things, keep your house clean, keep your little area clean, your room clean, things of that nature. It's not really much, but it's a lot for those things that I just mentioned, especially for cutting the grass. So one day I take the young men out with me to cut the hedges, just cut them straight up, all the way down, all the way around. And if they stayed out there longer than 3 hours, they did 10 days worth of work. No, they haven't. To get them to stay focused enough on work is a major task in this day and time. To get them to focus on things that's needed for them to develop and grow into profitable young men and women is an excruciating hard task. Now, this conversation we're on right now can last for a very long time today because there's so much to talk about when we talk about our children. Women, in order for you to hear this conversation, you have to remove your emotions from the conversation and think that we're talking about somebody else's children. Don't imagine that we're talking about your children, because if you know that we're talking about your children, you're going to get a little slanty-eyed and you're going to see things in a different light, and you're not really going to get the root of this message. Most men are usually very passive on their children, little boys. They're usually very passive on that. They give them the benefit of the doubt. In all these cases, the boy's found guilty. He did this, he did that, and here's the proof of the evidence. Oh yeah, but he didn't see that car coming down the street. He stuck those pins, those needles, that broken glass in the street because he was just playing with the bottles. He didn't know cars was going to be coming by. So therefore, he didn't do that to cut the tires on the car so the person would. He didn't do that for that purpose. I don't know what it is. First, I don't know what it is with us while we're justifying these actions of our children. And secondly, I don't know what it is with the children why you can't get them to stay consistent with almost any task that you give them. So we out cutting hedges on the land. One young man that I had with me says, I got to go get some gas. The hedge trimmer ran out of gas. He leaves. He gone for a good 45 minutes to an hour. I see him walking back while I'm still working. I see him walking back. So I turn around, finish working, waiting for him to catch up to me. Turn back around, he gone again. Never to return. Never to return. I say, well, what kind of stuff is this? What are you into? I mean, what's going on? I got you up at 7 o'clock. You didn't show up till 8 o'clock so we can go to work. Let me tell you something. If we continue on this path, our future is definitely in trouble. Definitely. Because we cannot be successful if we don't put the work and if we don't put the education into our children in their youth.
So I take and I give him an assignment another day prior to that. I said, I want you to take the lawnmower, now it's a riding lawnmower. He gets to drive. I want you to cut this, and cut all around the school. And then you're done for the day. On a riding lawnmower that he doesn't have to get out and physically do anything except drive it. He comes back. I'm finished. I said, you finished? He came back like 30 minutes later. How is it not possible? When I go cut grass, when I do these things, I'll be out there all day to get it done. And then I got to go out a little bit of the next day to complete everything. Everything. 30 minutes he came back. I said, wow, you did that fast, man. How you do that so fast? I said, all right, I mind my business, and I went on and did what I did. I come back. I'm leaving the land. I go through by the school to exit the land. And I happen to glance over. All this grass is as high as my knees, all around the back of the, what's those things, the tents that we had up for the outdoor entertainment. We had a tent with a stage, and we did the graduation, all that stuff. It's a real big tent. Behind all that was all grass, about up to my knees. So I said, yo, why you didn't cut that when I got back? He said, oh, I couldn't cut that because of X, and X, and X, and X. I said, all right, I need you to go back there and cut it because there's no reason why it shouldn't be cut. I gave you the instructions before I left. 2 days later, the grass still there. So now I'm getting livid. So now what I got to do now is I got to refrain sometimes when I'm asked to do things. I got to step back and give them a taste of their own medicine and show them what it's like. He's not my child. I can't knock him upside the head. I can't say, yo, do this and don't do that. The amazing thing about all this is that I'm talking to our youth to prepare us for our future. Talk to his mother. I say, Ima, all that grass back by the temple didn't get cut. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, because when I went over there, I saw the grass was. How you going to argue with your wife? You can't. You can't argue with your wife. Like I tell you, you'll never beat. You'll never win that argument. So I just shut up and be quiet and talk to the boy to go get the grass cut again. 2-3 days later, the grass gets cut. And I'm like, all right, cool. I was leaving and I saw him out there cutting. All right, cool. What amazes me is, so he stays in a camper. He stays in what's those campers? A trailer, that you put on the back of a truck. He don't live in the house with us. He lives in his own little apartment in a trailer out in the back. So his air conditioner broke. His air conditioner and his refrigerator broke. It's like 100 degrees outside. But he's in his camper all day in 100 degrees temperature outside. Guess what keeps his attention? All day with a sweat rolling down his face. We got to take a rag and wipe his face. But he's playing that video game. He don't move from the video game. These video games got our children's minds zapped. 100 degrees temperature outside, but he on his video game. I don't know what game he got. A PS4, PS5, I don't know. Some video game. But he's on his video game, playing his video game. He don't mind sweating. And on it for hours and hours. Sometimes he don't even come out of his camper only to get something to eat and go back to his camper. One day the Wi-Fi went out. On that side of the land. And I didn't get to it fast enough. Next thing I know, I turn around, he in the back room in my house. He in the back room. No, I'm sorry. No, he wasn't. He was in the car behind the house with the car running in my wife's car. He was in my wife's car with the car running, and nobody was on the land but me and him because he couldn't get in the house. I said, hey, why are you sitting back here in the car? On his phone, in the car, playing the games. I said, well, whoa, what's going on? Why are you sitting back here? He says, my Wi-Fi went out. Read a book. You ever heard of encyclopedias? There's always something educational you can do. You don't need, what would this generation do without the internet? What would they do? And a lot of us, we fed these children this type of initiative toward life. A lot of us are the problem because when they are young, we give them tablets to have in their face. Tablets in their face where they can play the tablets because we're trying to get them out of our way for a little while, not realizing what the damage that we're doing to our children is crazy. It's horrible. So we were sitting around the other day at the table, and I said to the children, I said, do y'all know what it's like to go outside and play? They don't know what it's like to go outside and play. I was talking to Moray Kezu, and we was at the dinner table. We was all sitting down and eating dinner that day. I believe it was that day. I said, Moray, can you name to me some of the things that your parents used to do when they put you on punishment? He said, what was the first thing you said?
You got a choice.
Yeah, you said you got a choice. The one thing, that's what it was. He said, you got a choice. He said, the first thing is either you get a beating or you got to go stay in your room. Now, I know that most of us can attest that that's how our parents disciplined us. Either we got a beating or we had to go stay in our room. And I said, what you said? What's the second thing you said? He said, go stay in your room. To us, staying in our room was a form of discipline. It was a form of reprimand. It was a form of a beating, a punishment. This modern generation stay in a room all day. They will stay in their room all day as long as they got the internet and they ain't got no problem staying in their room. What is going on in the minds of our youth? There's almost none of them, almost not all of them. Some of y'all got some children that's about that life for real. Almost all of them are void of any type of, they can't read. The schools are just pushing them along. Right. They can't read. They have no strategic skills. They're not thinking about the things that they need to be thinking about to prepare them for tomorrow. Two young men and two young ladies have been here on the land with us for, 4 or 5 days now? Maybe 4 days with no exaggeration. Her nieces and nephews, they came over, they on the land. And not one day did they go outside and play in the dirt, take a walk around. They stay in a room. They play the video games. They're on those phones. What is life teaching, and giving us today to prepare for tomorrow? Absolutely nothing. And it's a shame. We are failing our youth because we don't want to make them put these games down. And it ain't that they're doing games that's teaching them trigonometry, teaching them calculus, teaching them how to read and write. The games are teaching them how to work their fingers and watch the flashing lights. That's it. That's all the games are teaching them. The games are not educating them. We are destroying them. Our children know nothing about, most of our children, not all of them, most of them, they know nothing about honor and integrity. Nothing. But I tell you what they are doing and what they do, they're nasty. Little perverts. They're doing all type of sexual activities, and we wondering, where you get this from? Where did you learn this? Please tell me where you got this from. And you know where they get it from a lot of times? When they're over somebody else's house, in their rooms, they're doing things and they're being attacked. They're being introduced to activities and things that they normally wouldn't be doing and being introduced to. And they don't tell you that this happened to them. They just come home and they incorporate it in their behavior. And then when they get a chance to display it to somebody younger than them, that's what they're doing. They're displaying these types of activities. Oh, they know how to have intercourse. They probably don't do the full transaction of intercourse, but believe me, there's so many things going on in a child's mind today that has nothing to do with positivity and positive development. Nothing. And these are our children, little Hebrew children that we're raising up. And some of them aren't in the knowledge of Hebrew, but they still Hebrew children. But we got to get on point. We definitely have to get on point. We got to do a better job than what we're doing because our youth are being destroyed. You know, we have a school. I ain't going to talk about our school because our school, them children be pretty all right. They doing pretty good. They doing pretty good. So I met with another brother with some people who have another Hebrew school. And it's this, my hand be to the Most High. This is the truth. I'm not exaggerating and I'm not covering it up. This is what he told me. Who has another school that he works at. And he tells me that the administration changes the grades on the children's report cards so that they could pass. What Hebrew school is this? I don't want to say. You go out and do the research and you find out. He says, well, Prince, I can't stand it there. He says, the staff came to me and saying, why did you get his boy this grade? He said, because that's what he earned. That's what he earned. Here's the paperwork to back it up, the proof and all the research that he earned. She says, the administration says, oh, I need you to change that grade. Give him a grade that's going to be a passing grade. The brother said, I can't do that. The administration says you can't do that. He says, no, I can't do that. First of all, that's what he said. First of all, that's breaking Torah because I'm lying. He said, all right, they left it alone. He happens to see the young man's report card. The grade was changed. It wasn't the grade that he gave. It was a different grade. The grade was changed because we are destroying the minds of our youth. Instead of educating him and keeping him on a grade level, he had to pass. They just had to pass him. I don't know if they're getting money from the government for the amount of children that graduate or pass to the next grade. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea. All I know is what the brother told me is taking place. And for any parent that tolerates their children doing these things that I'm talking about so far, and I ain't even finished yet, you are asleep. You need to wake up and you need to get on your children to make them better than you. Because if you don't, your children will be destroyed. They will be bums on the street. They will have nowhere to live. They will have nothing to eat because they're doing away with welfare. And it's a shame how we're doing our youth. We as adults, we supposed to know better, but a lot of adults don't know better. I visited some homes. I seen how they look. Nasty. Nasty. My brother said, oh yes, nasty. I don't even want to use the restroom in some of these homes that I've been in. And they talking about fixing me something to eat. You ain't fixing me nothing. Not in this house. No, that's right. No, thank you. I don't want any. I'm all right. Oh, my wife, she got a meal for me. She told me don't eat nothing until I get home. Believe me. And these adult houses I'm talking about. Now, let's talk about the children. My wife allowed the two boys to stay in her room, in one of our rooms in the house for a couple hours. Just a couple hours. Because of something, the back room we had set off for the delivery of the baby. She didn't want it to get messed up. They wanted to sit in the house and do something. I don't know. I can't explain it all. So she let them stay in the middle room for a little while. And then they left. I go in the middle room after they left sometime yesterday, later yesterday or today, it might have been this morning. It was this morning. After they left, I went into the middle room. Now they left yesterday. I went into I couldn't believe, my wife don't live like that. I couldn't believe how that middle room looked. Cups over here, toilet paper on the floor, just on the floor, bags of trash. And I said, where it come from? How? And they was only there for a couple hours. Why are they so nasty as young men? And it's tolerated. It's allowed. Oh, they're just children. No, that's not how we do this. A lot of these children's rooms are so nasty. And I'm talking about little girls too. And it's a horrible thing when a little girl's room is nasty, because a little girl's room reflects her body. And shouldn't be no reason why a little girl's room should be nasty. I'm not talking about a few things on the dresser, television might be on, and a little bit of clothes on the bed that she might be getting ready to put away, just ain't get to, and a rug on the floor. I'm talking about clothes she had on last week or last month, piled up all over the floor, scattered all over. Potato chips bags that she ate 2 days before, the potato chip bag is on the floor. Broken potato chips are scattered on the floor. Dirty clothes, dirty bags, paper, trash. Where do they get this stuff from that they put in their rooms just to dirty up the room? And it don't make sense, because your parents, they go out, they work hard. What are we doing to the minds of our youth? Do we even care? Most of us, as long as they out my way, they ain't causing me no problem, I'm cool with that. Most of us parents, grown adults, they ain't causing me no problems. They stay in the room all day. My children is good children. And when you open the door and you step in that room, the stench that comes out that room is 2 or 3 week old dirty clothes. And women got to be on top of that thing, more so than men. But yet the men should be on top of theirs too. These young guys should be taught how to clean up, how to stay clean. Don't talk about hygiene. Don't talk about once a month, if that. The work ethics, their cleanliness, and then some of them are big liars. They will lie right to your face and act like they're telling you the truth, because we teaching them these things. We are supplying these things to our youth, and it's sad. We got to do a job unlike ever before to reverse this curse that's on our children and that's on us. Because a lot of us adults, we grew up like that. Therefore, we got it from our parents who allowed us to do it. We are allowing our children to do it, and it's going to pass down from generation to generation. Not in my house. We got to do something about that. Nasty. I remember one day I was going to my daughter's house. My daughter grown. She got her own house. I was going to my daughter's house. I called up, said, I'm on my way. Oh, no, not today, Abba. Don't come today. I said, well, what you mean? Why I can't come? Because I ain't clean up yet. They know when Abba coming, they got to stop what they doing, clean their house up, then Abba can come over. I said, well, your house is supposed to always be clean. You're not supposed to have a nasty house. You're a young lady. What type of stuff? When your husband come home, what is he coming home to? I said, your house should always be clean. No, they don't live like that, man. I don't know what's wrong with these people. These last few generations is horrible. I ain't never had a nasty room. I despise dirt and filth and clutter. I just don't operate properly. I remember this young lady we had this must have been a good 20 years ago at Temple Keeper Irene, when we was located in North Philadelphia. And this lady was a school teacher. And she had this brand new van, a real pretty van. This was when the doors on the van first started opening up and electronically sliding back about 20 years ago. And she had this nice van. And one day I went out to her van and looked in her van. It looked like somebody took a dump truck and just poured junk, old newspaper, old trash cans, old clothes, just pulled out junk inside of her camper. Inside of her van, and left it. And the only thing she got cleaned out is the little area where she drives. And her house looked the same way. I told one of the brothers, I said, yo, this was his, she came by way of him, but she was here for a long time. She walked with us for years. But it's the first time I seen this. I said, yo, Ib, his name was Ibliam. I said, Ib, did you see her car? He said, man, her house is the same way. Just filth and nastiness and clutter. So what I need you to do, family, is stop and look around. Right now, where you at, in your own home or in a domicile that you have control over, stop and look around and just see how nasty it is. How, you know what? You probably won't be able to tell because you're used to it. Go get somebody that don't like you, somebody that's not cool with you, somebody that's going to be honest to you, that's going to tell you the truth. Don't get your friend, because your friend going to tell you what you want to hear. Go get somebody that ain't your friend and get them to come by and take a look at your house, take a look at your bedroom, take a look at your bathroom. Now, that's one of the worst things. You want to walk into somebody's house and their bathroom is nasty and you got to go. But see, this type of behavior is what we're teaching to our youth. We're teaching to our children. They have no work ethics. They don't want to work. You might get them for an hour or two to do something, but their minds cannot stay focused. Man, I was so glad when Moray came. I said, thank you, Most High, for giving me some real help. I'm on a roof, putting a roof on. See my nails all, my fingers all busted up over here from putting the roof tore my fingers up. I'm on a roof, put on the roof, and Moray on the mower, cutting grass and cutting hedges and helping me. Oh man, I was so thankful. Thank you, bro. I was so thankful that I got some help because there's a lot of work and it takes me a long time to get all this stuff done if I'm doing it by myself. And the young guys, you go and you wake them up. They don't get up 6 and 7 o'clock like us. We get up 6, 7, 6:30 maybe. And we out, we doing what we got to do. But this generation, these last couple generations today, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, if at all. Sometimes they get caught up on their video games and they don't come out at all. And they forget that it must have been almost a week ago. I asked one of the young guys here, I asked him, I said, almost a week ago, I said, I want you to go over to the fire pit and put all the blocks around the fire pit so that when we do burn the fire don't come out. To the date, that fire pit ain't straight yet. Them blocks are still scattered around the fire pit to the day. And that was about 2 weeks ago. What are we teaching them? It is not but so much discipline that I can give to the children. It ain't but so much I can really do to discipline them and show them the proper way, because when they get a certain age, it's already been instilled in them to do and be a certain way. It's almost nothing you can do to fix it, except take away little things. Take away this, take away that. The number one thing you take away is that video game. I told my wife, take that game from him. I ain't seen that game yet. And that was 2-3 months ago. Because we get this soft spot for our children that we just don't want to do right with them by forcing them to do what they're supposed to do. So I'm warning you all, if you continue on in this path, you're going to be raising 65 young males and masculine young females by allowing them to be in their own minds and make decisions for themselves when they're not ready for that. You say clean up, they say, all right, I'll get to it. And they mean that. They'll get to it 2 months from now. And that's what happens. shut down, clean up. No, you need to take something that they want. Discomfort them. Remove the pleasures of you can't eat in my kitchen, don't cook in my house, don't do nothing until you do what I told you to do. You got to get that harsh on them. If you don't, we're going to destroy our youth to the point of no return. And when they become adults, they're not going to know how to do anything. Well, I'm so sorry you saddened, sis. I'm so sorry you saddened. This is the same procedure I do every week, and I'm going to continue to do it. I'm so sorry you're saddened. We'll get to the thanks and everything else that we got to do. We got 5 hours to do what we need to do. All right? I'm so sorry you saddened. And it ain't been 40 minutes. It's been 37 minutes to be correct. So there we go. These are messages that we need to hear. We need to learn this because we need to start with our children, educating them, teaching them in their youth. Now, if we as adults are messed up, then of course we ain't going to see the problem. How are we going to teach what we don't know? Because we live it in filth. We wallowing around in the dirt and the trash. We undisciplined. We got a job. We said the job say you're supposed to be here at 4 o'clock. The job say we're supposed to be here at 4 o'clock. We showing up 5 and 10 minutes late. And that's not the way we're supposed to do things. We are supposed to teach our children correctly how to be their best, how to do their best, and how to dirtiness, filth does not represent the Almighty in any type of way. The Most High is a power of discipline. He's a power of order and structure. Look at the earth. You can see the order and structure that he is accustomed to in how he made everything accent and complement the next thing, the next procedure, and how everything has a certain time. The sun rules by day and the moon rules by, they got their own sequence of events. And we got to understand that. The Most High does what the Most High chooses to do because he's a power of order, a power of discipline, and a power of truth. We have to emulate those type of actions. May the Most High be with you, sis. You don't have to leave. But if you choose to, may the Most High be with you. And I wish that you wouldn't leave. And I wish that you would stay. So be it. We have to start at the conception of our children in their youth, teaching them and disciplining them neatness, cleanness, self-respect, self-dignity, honor, integrity, loyalty to the Most High, but also we have to teach them that it is this existence or this realm of existence, we have to have structure. And when there's no structure, things fall apart. If we don't have structure, we are in trouble. If we're teaching our children and allowing our children to just flow as they see fit, we are going to be in trouble. We are going to be in trouble and we are doomed. You know, I watched a video about Chinese children over in China in school. And do you know for the first couple of grades, they don't pull out a workbook at all. They got those little children teaching them how to cook, building things, how to do work with their hands, how to do certain type of games that will teach them, you know, consistency and activity and movements, but yes, disciplining them all at the same time. How to cook, how to clean. That's what it's about. But what we do over here in this country with the discipline that the Europeans have given us is we are failing our children in so many ways. And we think because my child can read and write or my child knows ABCs and he's 6 years old, we think that's a major, major accomplishment. At 6 years old, their children are doing calculus. They're doing trigonometry at 12. We run from those things. We're afraid of those things. You know, math, science, You know, the dictionary, our children should know a majority of the dictionary by the time they get 8, 9, or 10 years old. We got to fix this problem. We do, because this is horrible. We're in trouble. We are in trouble. We are. And if we don't stop and we don't fix it, if we don't stop and if we don't fix it, we are doomed. And that's exactly what it is. We cuddle our children. No matter what age they are, we cuddle them. We treat them like they ain't did nothing wrong, like they're innocent in everything. And we don't want nothing to happen to them. Or, I'll do this. I'll do that for them. I'll do this for them. I'll help them with, there ain't no problem with helping, but you got to get to the point where you're able to tell them to do it first. And we're not at that place right now. That's a sad and a harsh reality that we have to own up to. We are failing our youth. So he knows ABC, so he can count from 1 to 1,000, and he's 15 years old. So what? By 15 years old, your child at the age of 15 should be able to keep his room clean, should be able to be disciplined enough where he got a certain allotted time to be on the video games, if that's what he's going to be doing. By 15 years old, he should have a chore or a task or a job around the house or an assignment that is his, that he needs to make sure gets done. It has to be that way. By 15 years old, he should be able to keep his room in impeccable condition. He should be proud of the way his room looks and keep his body, his hygiene should be in order by 15 years old. Because you know now today at 15, them boys looking for a little girlfriend. They looking for a girlfriend. How they gonna have a girlfriend if they living like that? If they smelling like that? You know? How they gonna have a girlfriend? Because don't no girl want to smell that stuff. Who want to smell you? Well, you stink. You stink. They don't want to do that. Well, I'm just trying to share with you, family, that we need to fix the direction that we have our youth coming up in, because our youth are in trouble. And if we don't do something about it, we're going to cause more damage to the future than what we have currently. When they get a little bit older, they quick to go grab them drugs and sell them drugs in the street, because you didn't teach them how to survive. You didn't teach them about work ethics. You didn't teach them about discipline. They want that quick money. You didn't teach them about discipline. Yeah, well, they don't know about no hard work. Smart work is what I like to say. Smart work, because you don't have to be a physical laborer to be out there getting it. You can use your brain. And a lot of you got very intelligent children. Their brain is being wasted because you're not teaching them. I mean, if you don't know, then send your children to somebody that do. If you can't do it, send your children to somebody that can do it. You know, you can't be proud and not want to do the things that are needed and necessary to educate your children. We have to focus on these things, and we have to do it now, today. Now, another thing is those children that was perverted. Don't feel bad if you come to Prince's house and he don't want your children alone with his little son that can't hardly talk. Don't feel bad, because I've had a reality check in life that is horrible. Little children, unbeknown to a lot of you, because y'all don't be paying attention, y'all don't think it's possible, y'all don't think it's happening. Little children touch and do things to other little children. They do. Little children do things to little children that's usually younger than them, and the things that they do is horrific. Now, when they do that, it stays in the child's mind. And the child think that it's okay to do. And they may imitate that same action, that same practice on their mothers or fathers. Where'd you get that from? Where this come from? You ain't supposed to know this. How you know about, and I remember once we went to a Unity Shabbat. I talk about this all the time. And these young boys was good 6 or 7. The little boys, you just let them go out and play. Well, the little boy that came with us was sexually molested by another little boy slightly older than him. But they got caught. The little boy came back and told his mom and told his pop what happened. And they went and did their investigation and find out the little boy who did it had been molested by his father, because a lot of times these dudes you got up in these houses are wicked. This is another reality that a lot of us don't want to see. They wicked. He was molested by his pop, and he ended up being another predator to other children. You cannot trust your children with other little children alone. This world is way beyond where we used to be when we was growing up. It's way beyond that. These little children know things that they ain't supposed to know. They do things that they ain't supposed to do. So if you care about the chastity and the niceness or the beauty, sanctity, the satisfaction of your children, don't leave them alone with other children. Sometimes them children will gang up and have their way because they're all perverted. A lot of these children today, their minds are on the streets. And these little righteous children, they come to class, they sit in the service, They go to Shabbat service like when we went to Shabbat service and a little boy was perverted. What do you think he got the perversion from? What do you think he learned it from? It didn't happen by accident. But the dangerous thing is, how many other children did he do that to? How many other children did he do that to and got away with? And then another thing is, don't have a little daughter and think she could just go spend a night over somebody else's house. That's not a good thing. I was always against that. I had a wife, she used to say, my daughter's gonna go spend a night over such and such house. Well, we didn't even meet the parents. We don't even know the child, but this their friend from school. Today, the little girl got about 4 kids on welfare, living out. The wife ain't mine no more. I divorced her a long time ago. But not to put myself in a position like, greatness. But I'm just saying, I tried to tell her when the children was coming up, don't do this. Don't be so free with your children. Protect them. They are young girls. They done been molested. They've been taken advantage of. Some of them homosexual. They out there on these streets, living life on the streets. They completely forgot about the Most High. And they was raised about the way of the Most High in their youth when they lived at home with me. And they, you can't hold yourself responsible when you give them what they need and it's rejected. Because a lot of times the mothers want to be their friend instead of the disciplinarian and the friend and telling them the truth. They want to be their friend. Their mothers will let the children get away with things, disrespect. They'll let them get away with stealing. I remember one time I took this man keys out of his car, and the man went and told my mother I stole his keys out of his car because his little daughter, he said his daughter saw me. The man was accurate, very accurate. I threw the keys away when I saw I got caught. I was sitting on the steps. He come over, take me to my mom. Mothers, I'm trying to tell you, don't be so sensitive with your children and think that your children don't do these things that we're talking about right now. You should sit down with your children, have conversations with your children, and ask them to tell you the truth. You're not going to get a beating. You're not going to get in trouble. But please tell me about this. Let's talk. And if you talk to your children, you will see that some of the things you thought your children wasn't guilty of, they are completely guilty. Completely guilty. That man took me to my mom's house. We was right down the street. And my mother practically cussed the man out in defense of her son who would never do something like that. And she was completely wrong. I was a bad child. Bad. I was so bad, I didn't think I was going to make it out of high school. I thought I'd be dead before I got out of high school. I was so bad growing up. Couldn't tell me nothing. But my mother, she would stand up and vouch for me no matter what I did. I don't know what it is, but mothers do that, you know? And they be protecting these little boys, these little girls. They be protecting them, and their children be guilty. We got to stop. Oh, I got to be careful because I'm going to be called a female basher in a minute. Somebody going to say, call me a baby. You always talking bad about women. Tell me something I didn't say that was the truth that they need to hear. And I ain't said nothing about a woman that I ain't said about a man. Most males want to be passive with their little children. Oh, yeah, my son, I don't know. I don't think my son did that. I don't think he did that. No. Not my son. No. Yeah, your son is guilty. My daughter, I got a good, usually, I haven't had too many cases involving a daughter when the man denied the actions of his daughter. I usually get the mother. My daughter's a virgin. She's a virgin. How's she a virgin? Oh, my daughter's a virgin. She don't do these things. How do you know? How do you know? Because she's lying to you. And then the next thing you know, you pop up, she's pregnant. Well, how did virgin get pregnant? She must have went to the doctor, and the doctor put her underneath for anesthesia and impregnated her. That must be what happened. No, my daughter's a virgin. No, she's not. And you are delusional. If you think you got a daughter that's still a virgin and this is what's going on, no, it's nowhere in the world. I don't know what's wrong with us, man. I don't know what's wrong with us. Until life smacks us dead in the face, then maybe we'll wake up and get these things right. But let me see what my sister said. We as women was made to nurture. I agree with that. So it's expected we will protect our youth. However, that is why they also need their fathers. There is supposed to be a balance as parents. We are supposed to set the, I guess, precedents. I don't know. There is supposed to be a balance. But sometimes that balance don't work because both parents are trash. Two people that should not have had children because they have no idea how to raise children. Right. The daddy dirty, the mama dirty. We supposed to be examples, so it's just not the mother, it's on the father as well. It is the dudes too. You must have heard my talk all day because I'm coming down them fathers just like I'm coming down the mothers. They be trash too. A lot of times both parties are guilty of the way that those children are being raised. The problem with the dads is that the dads is halfway never home, never in the house. No, they left. When she conceived, they tried it for a couple years and then they just packed up and left. They bums. It's just that simple. They gone. And the ones that didn't leave got kicked out. Because, I want it this way. No, I want it this way. And she want to be the man, so no, two men can't live together. So we got to go. But I'm talking about the ones that just gave up on their children and then want to come back and say something about what the child should or should not be doing in their life. Well, Dad, you quit me. You gave up on me many years ago when you left our family. This ain't no game and I ain't holding no punches. I got to be real, family, because we got to get it together. Men are supposed to be in the house taking care of their families. And women, you got to slow down a little bit before you start defending the rights of your children like they all at. Okay, let me see somebody say, Shabbat time, Yissachar says, it's the father's fault first and foremost because he is the lead and he is the one that most high holds responsible. You are absolutely right, bro. You are absolutely right. But the problem is that the man, I ain't gonna say a man, I'm gonna say the male. The problem is the male don't see nothing wrong because he himself most of the time be weak. He's a simp. He's a chump. He has no discipline in his life. He has no structure in his life. He has no order in his life. So therefore, yes, as you said, it's his fault first, but he be a bum. Can't keep a job, can't hold a job. How you gonna take care of family? It's just pathetic, the condition that we've gotten in today. It's pathetic. Can your wife set up classes part of the school curriculum to teach basic skills to young men and women? We have those things in place. And whatever we don't have in place, we will begin. Whatever we need to do to teach children basic skills, how to be young men and how to be young women, we will set in place. But I remember one time I put out a call for a lot of the brothers and a lot of sisters to come out and help us at the school to mentor some of the children. I got 2 people that said, I'll do it, I'll help. Nobody else out of about 15, 20 people I contacted. Some of these people was leadership, but nobody would do it. I myself stepped in and did it for a period of time, but I haven't called them young boys in about a good month. I haven't spoken to them in about a good month. They got a great mother. They got a grandmother. I don't pretty much too much know how she is, but their father, they have a father in their life. He's just distant, but he is there. But a lot of our youth don't have fathers to look up to or to hear from. It ain't but so much you can do from a distance. You got to have children around you. They got to be in your circle, in your sphere, for you to have a major impact on their lives. Phone calls ain't going to do. It'll start and set a foundation if the children are receptive to it. But you got to have these children in your life, in your presence, when you're dealing with them, and you got to stay on top of them. It's got to be to a point where you can discipline them, and the moms ain't going to say, oh, no, you can't talk to my child that way. Because if she says that, then that's a problem. I ain't going to let you do this to my child. Who do you think you are? You're not his father. Then you know what? Where's his father? Let him go to his father. You know, and I'm serious about this. These things are dangerous. The way that it is not but so much you can do. So much. I pray that things get better. I pray that times get better. But I truly pray that y'all don't sweep this under the rug and act like nothing's been said about what we're talking about. Know in fact that your children are an example of you. That's right. They are an example of you and how you are, how you behave, things that you don't even see. Your children gravitate and they pick up on your behavior, and they do what you do and say how you say and treat people like you treat people 90% of the time. I would probably say 95% of the time. That's how they come up. That's how they conduct themselves. Let me tell you a little story and I'm going to leave it alone. This lady was married to this man. And some of you might have heard this story. Some of you didn't. Some of you would be your first time hearing it. She was married to this man. And on Thanksgiving, one day the man says to the wife, babe, we struggling. Why are you cutting the ends off the ham? That's food that's going to waste. So her mom says, well, you know, I don't know why I do that. This is what my mother taught me when she was teaching me how to cook the ham. He says, well, you need to find out why, man, because that's food that's just going to waste. She cut the ends off of the ham and put it in the oven and cook it. So she calls her mother up. She says, Ima, when you taught me how to cook ham all them years ago, why did we cut the ends off the ham? She says, well, you know what? I got that from my mother who taught me. I never questioned that. That's a good question. Now, this is the wife talking to her mother. Her mother now got to call her mother. Fortunate enough, she was still alive. So she calls her mother. She says, Ima, Micaiah just called me up. And Micaiah, these Hebrew names, that's right. Micaiah just called me up. And Micaiah asked me about what I taught her about cooking ham. So she says, Ima, when you taught me how to cook ham, why did we cut the ends off the ham? Isn't that a waste of food? Ima said, you know, Grandma now, when you was little, we were poor. And the only pot that we can afford was a small pot. So I cut the ends off the ham so the pot can fit in the oven. That behavior translated down from generation to generation to the third and fourth generation of wasting all that food. First of all, eating ham, something that they shouldn't have did, and they had Hebrew names, you know, something they shouldn't have did. But she only did what her mom taught her. Without even questioning it, she passed it down to her children. And her child, it took the husband to question it one day and say, hey, wife, why you doing? He ain't questioned why we eating ham. He questioned why you cutting the ends off the ham. Because you know we men, we be about why we wasting all this money. Some men, not all. I'm wasting all this money with all this food you cooking, but why are we doing this? It's shameful, some of the things that we pass down to our children. Some of us, we pass down the lewd behavior, nasty mouths, I mean nasty mouths, dirty, trashy houses, nasty rooms. Some of us are just trapped in this cycle of life that is going to take a complete mind change to awaken from. And Prince is here because Prince sees things and he's trying to expose us to our weaker characters that he sees in our lives. And it all starts with discipline. It all starts with being truthful to the things you say you're going to do and actually fulfilling these things and doing what you said you were going to do. You know, we can all get better. We can. We can all get better, but we have to want to get better. Shabbatni. Shabbatan. Shabbat Shalom. Nasty houses for sure. All right. May the Most High be praised. So there we go, family. We got to get these children together. You know, we got to get these. A lot of us don't realize that the children demonstrate you to the public. And if you're one of them parents that when your child is getting ready to have some company, you got to tell your child 2 days ahead of time to clean up, you know something wrong. Clean up, clean up. They coming over, hurry up, clean up. And it takes 2 days to clean up, you know something wrong. So you need to watch that. You need to refocus because your child is only demonstrating how you are. It's a reflection of how you are. And most children that's nasty, you can look at their parents and their parents are the same way. Nasty. But the parents can't see it because they've been doing it for so long, it's embedded in them. It's like second nature. A lot of people don't want to hear the truth. A lot of people are upset with me right now because they don't want to hear the truth because it's a reality check that they themselves have to begin to watch. And a lot of us don't want to come into a reality check with ourselves. We think we high and mighty. We think we great. We think we perfect. But we have so many flaws and so many imperfections. If I had the chance to tell you all of them, we'd be here for the duration of the class, just talking about all the faults and errors that we have in our lives. Ima, are you present with us, Ima?
Okay, and I'm here.
Shabbat shalom, Ima. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Are y'all back?
Okay.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. There she is, that fabulous woman out there doing what she do best. Excellent. May the Most High be praised. Let's get it in, family. Let's go. Ima, did you want to do the acknowledgments to the Most High at this time?
Okay, and I'll play a song first, and then we can move forward with the thank yous.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
When I seem wrong, prospering wherever they go, I envy the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King gives, he protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is I used to worry, but I don't know more. And I don't fall to things I've been through. You know he pulled me through. And I don't worry about man. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. Shalom, shalom. Toda Rabbah, everybody, for being here. Please place your thank yous in the chat. I know I have some so far. Looks like a lot of comments are going on. Let's see. Let me make sure I can get my thank yous. All right, trying to make sure everybody has their start. All right, I'll begin. All right, so we'll begin with our thank yous. Sorry, you guys, I'm not on the screen. I'm not presentable today. I'm actually here being a sis wife doula, support to my sister wife as she is laboring. But I did want to not be a part of the Shabbat service today. So And just a little lethargic and tired, so bear with me for a little bit. Malcolm Higdalia's thanks are it's something amazing to ponder, especially when one can see many examples of the stranger being more diligent than some born into it. Wait, I don't. Oh, that's she said referring to today's topic. All right. So now her thank yous. I am thankful to the Most High for being alive, understanding that every day I am allowed to wake up is because He is allowing me to have His breath of life, gives me a special feeling every time. And then she also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for my mommy. She'll be turning 87 this month. Toda Yehovah, Toda Yehovah, Toda Yehovah. All praises due. And then she says, I'm also thankful to the Most High for the lives of my children and grandchildren. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for quiet reflection. It really helps me to get things going on into a sound perspective. And she says, I'm thankful to the Most High for giving me a heart and mind to examine things before I adopt or shun them. She said, even things that sound really crazy to me, like the lunar Shabbat, I do not dismiss it without first researching. This has helped me tremendously. To the Yehovah, to the Yehovah, to the Yehovah. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for His Torah and also for His mercy as we grow in our observance. And then she also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for being an example of the highest level of patience and showing still that patience never means the other person is getting away with what they're doing or have done. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the many children appropriate things available today that keep their minds Torah centered, which is available on every day, not just the Shabbat. She says, I'm thankful to the Most High for understanding how proper language and understanding of words can assist with understanding and communication. She says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim to provide an educational safe haven for my children. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing Goshen Hebrew Academy. Oh, that's the same thing. I'm sorry. I think she put it twice without knowing. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the genuine people in our community. And then she says, Asimia Rashon is thankful to the Most High for not having any disabilities right now and protects me. I saw a show where someone became disabled. Where someone came disabled. All right. Toda Rabah, Tamaka Higdalia, and Asimia Rashon. All right. Our next text comes from Aim Kimia. And she says, giving thanks to the Most High Sovereign for the opportunity to celebrate another year of life full of vigor, mobility, and increases bestowed upon me. To the Most High for the love of family, friends, Beulah, and the new life coming forth. Your protection and deliverance over mother and child. We're happy to be on the land of the living amongst your amazing creations, nature, air, sunlight, water, our homes, singing. Let me see. Singing. Okay. I'll go back to her if more comes up.
She did have another one in there.
Okay. You were starring it, you saying?
I'm looking for it. Go ahead and do what you're doing.
Okay. All right. Maury Kezu's thanks starts off. Thankful to the Most High for my life, the life of my children, His mercies upon us, keeping us this far. He also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for my Horim, my parents, for even though they are no longer here, their values and adherence to the Most High's law is still with and within me. And then he also says, may His glory be personified in our actions. I'm grateful for His Torah. That is on record as the guide for life and prosperity. All right, going back to Ann Kimya's. She said, the new life coming forth, your protection and deliverance over mother and child. We're happy to be on the land of the living amongst your amazing creatures, creations, nature, air, sunlight, water, our homes, singing, birds, animals, Todoraba, for the Most High, for your awesomeness. Hallelujah. Selah. All right. And then we have a quote or neat. It says, thankful to the Most High for life and allowing me to be in the land of the living, for allowing us to do the simple things that we take for granted, like stretch, stand up, bend over, walk, and kick. Hold on one second. Walk and kick, for my cup runneth over always. To the Most High for allowing me to teach your laws and statutes to our children, so that they will be strengthened as well. To the Most High for the Beulah community. And then Maury Kessler says, I'm thankful that the Creator is, for without him we would be not. And Kitir says, I'm thankful to the eternal source for the breath of life and the ability to receive, learn, grow from daily challenges. She also says, I'm thankful to the eternal Creator that my vital organs can function at optimal levels with proper care. I also am grateful for access to knowledge that will help to improve health and sustain life.
Hey, what's the 38 for in there?
I don't know. It could just be a typo. All right. So just, I guess I'll go ahead and give thanks. Giving thanks and praises.
Opal. Ema Opal.
Okay. I think Sister Anita had more. She said, a blessing to have a place prepared for the righteous, by the righteous, to the Most High for the new spirit coming forth through a cold autumn. May you deliver quickly and safely. Hallelujah. Use the ball, sis. Stay on it. It helps so well. Love you deeply. And then
You be on that ball for sure.
Opal says, I am that for life and for strength and also my family. And then Maury Kezo says, feet hurt, but they work. I thank the Most High.
He says feet hurt because he was walking around all day yesterday, cutting all them hedges and cutting that grass. May the Most High be praised.
Mm-hmm. I do want to say, Yom Huledet Samiat to Zaklina and Kenya. I believe her birthday is July 28th.
Whose birthday?
She was speaking of.
Whose birthday?
In Kenya, Sister Laurel.
Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday.
Said it was all gone.
Thank you, sis.
Yes. Yom Huledet Samiat to Zaklina Laurel.
Any more birthdays? Anybody else got a birthday? Who else? Your sister Nania's twin. Oh, wow. Sister Nania has two twins, and they're how old now?
Your birthday's today.
All right.
18. Yeah. Birthday is today.
Anybody else got a birthday here today?
Okay.
Sister Nania, she's no longer with us, so that means a lot, to be able to shout out our children on his birthday.
On her birthday?
Yes.
Sister Nina says, thankful to have life today and thankful for the opening of class today, as housekeeping needs to be addressed. Housekeeping meaning all duties, not just physically cleaning house, but keeping everything up and addressing all matters. Hallelujah.
All right.
Yeah. Anna and Zuri, 18 today. I remember when they were born. Beautiful young ladies.
They was born in Africa, right?
Sister Ernest says also.
Them two daughters.
No, Africa.
Yeah, I thought they was born.
No.
She married an African, but the children was born up. Okay. I thought they was born in Africa. Her two daughters.
Okay, no. Okay. Sister Ernie says also happy birthday to our sister Princess. Told her for allowing her to see another year. We all love you, Princess. And she says,
Hold up.
told
What
her
you
for
talking about?
all that you've done and continue.
Hold up. What you talking about? Hold up. Wait a minute. What you talking about right here? Princess, you had a birthday? When was your birthday, Princess?
Wednesday. I was gonna
Princess.
acknowledge it with my thanks, but
When was your birthday, Princess? Oh, you
I
don't want
said
to talk right now?
Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday was
Oh,
my birthday,
Wednesday.
July 29th.
Yeah. You're 20. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
wow. What, you about 35 now?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm 49
Princess, happy birthday to you.
and proud of it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Princess. Happy birthday to you.
Told her bye. It was also my twin brother's birthday and my son's birthday the same day as mine. So, and it was Sky's birthday, Abba, your youngest daughter, and my cousin Marcus' birthday on the 29th. So it's a lot of birthdays on the 29th. Total bye, everybody. Yep, a day after the Queen of Laurel. Is we are almost birthday twins. But yes, it was definitely a week of celebration. And then happy birthday to Selah, your other daughter. Her birthday was July 27th. So we have a slew of birthdays
27,
here.
28,
So
29, 29, 29.
yep,
Yep.
29th about
July
5
is the
times.
month.
So
Here. July is the month.
yes, it is. From the beginning to the end. No, but thankful, thank yous are definitely, always thanking the creator for this day, for the Shabbat day, thanking him for my parents, for everything that they represented in this world and continue to represent. Thankful to the creator for my Ish and his support. It was a significant birthday. Being 49, that's a year before you go into elderhood at 50. And just reflecting, my sister wife had asked a question about reflecting between my 30s and 40s. And it was a deep question and put in deep thought. And, what the things that I stated out of the question were very informing, some things that I didn't even kind of like take a breath and notice what has happened in the last 12 years of my life. And the, I guess the revealing part is at least 75% of it has been something traumatic or sad. And so it was in some ways healing to even speak it out loud and say, you know, um, in the midst of family who were all here because we had dinner together, to speak it out. But I think what was more profound for me was later on in prayer time. My husband did this, said this prayer to the Creator on my behalf, and it was very impactful and powerful. And it meant, just a whole different, it shed a whole different light on this next year of my life. Um, and in the things that I want to do for myself, um, as well as continue to do for our people, but not but ever what I need to do for myself to focus more so that I can be more impactful and be healthier and all the things going into this next phase of my life. So I'm grateful for my husband for hearing what was said, feeling it, and then going on my behalf to the Creator with such a thoughtful and heartfelt prayer. Um, and like I said, I made a post about it on Facebook, so it's nothing where I'm ashamed
You made
of.
a post about what on Facebook?
Babe, about
About
my
that?
birth, part of it, yeah. And yeah, so it definitely had me emotional and my crying, um, because it was just that impactful. And a lot of times, as women, we tend to sometimes, we all we need is a word to know that your husband or someone is hearing you and seeing you, and not just assuming that, hey, this person, um, not assuming you as the person is not dealing with anything or anything like that. Because I'm one of those people. I don't just, I don't walk around, and most people wouldn't even know half the things I've gone through in my life if someone didn't tell them, or if I didn't share a little bit, because I just don't walk around with that as a label for sympathy, or for anybody to feel bad for me, because I feel like I'm actually honored in so many ways. When I really reflect on my life, I'm truly honored. And I said that in a post for my birthday, how I'm truly honored that the Creator has brought me these 49 years of um, all the things He's brought me through and carried me through, and allowed me to still stand tall with my head high, and not walk around in any form of shame, or any form of, hey, look at me, woe is me type attitude. Because what we go through, in my opinion, of course, strengthens us. And so I appreciate, through those words that I was able to share, that I was seen and heard, and that led Him to, do this phenomenal prayer on my behalf. So that just made me feel really um, grateful and honored in so many ways. I'm not a perfect woman. And I know people don't like when people say that, but I like to be real with life and real with people. I'm not a perfect woman. However, I strive to be perfect unto the Creator. I strive to be perfect in the presence of those who help me to be the person I am. Um, but also make sure I'm real with them when I may not be up to par at this moment. And sometimes, people will say, okay, but then sometimes, like, nah, you can do it. And that pushes me to get it done. So I'm thankful for all of that. But I'm super thankful to my husband for that. It definitely, you know, it, it's just things that it does for a woman. And so moving on, I'm thankful to my siblings. I'm thankful to my sister wife. I'm thankful that the Creator is allowing us to bond again, through another process of bringing forth life. And it's really something, when your children honor you. I'm thankful for my children, how they honored me on my day. And I'm thankful to my bonus son, who, after the prayer, I don't know how he knew it, but he came over and just gave me a really big hug and just hugged me for a few minutes. And so, I'm thankful for the bond that he and I have. And he's only 2, but we have this definite bond of he knows who I am to him, and I know who he is to me. So grateful. I'm super just grateful to the Creator for all those who sent me messages, called me, showed me love. My sisterhood that, definitely gave me some very powerful, impactful words of inspiration. Um, and the words that they said, whether they know it or not, there's things that I needed to see and hear to, help me to continue to be who I am. And so I'm grateful for that. And that's one of the things that I did say on my post was, you know, I want I want people to stay on my neck, to stay challenging me to be better and better. And then to hold me up as their sister, because I believe in the motto is that I am my brother and sister's keeper. And I pray that, people believe in that same thing when it comes to me. And we need one another to be great in this world. So this is not something that I hold and say, oh, it's all me, because it's not. You know, I don't think anything I've done in this world has been all me. So I'm grateful for all those that are in my life. Um, yeah, you know, and may the Most High continue to be praised. I'm grateful that, you know, my sister wife is doing this birth home and as natural as we're going to be because we're at home. But, you know, the strength that the Most High has given her, the comfort uh, is empowering. And her and I and the midwife were talking about how we watch videos of women having babies in times. And I was saying how like some people are like, ew, how can you do that? And I was like, well, seeing a baby come into this world, every time I see it, no matter how many times I've seen it, it's a wow factor that is still there because it's just like, wow, like that's something that you never get over seeing. And I said, and I compared it to also death, watching someone take their last breath and watching someone take their first breath. It's a wow factor that, and each time it's a different wow because it's a different process that happened. And so, you know, grateful that we're surrounded by people who feel that same presence of the immaculacy of the Creator and how thankful we are that He has chosen us to experience such. I'm thankful my sister wife Emma is here. She's been a great help just being here, supportive, especially with BK. He don't want nobody but his beep beep. And so I'm like, yes, you know, like go have your time with your grandmother. And he loves it. So, you know, those things are important. Family is very important to me, you know, which is something everybody knows. Family is like one of the highest levels of love that people can have around them. And so I just pray that everyone, you know, has that experience at some point in their life, whether it's from growing up or something that they have formed within their own lives as adults. So, Zeku, Shabbat Shalom.
All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right. So my wife is on wifely duties right now, taking care of her sister wife who's about to deliver the baby. We don't think the baby's going to come right now, but yesterday we had a scare. She was having labor pains like 3 minutes apart. So we thought that she would have had the baby yesterday, but she hasn't. So she's sitting by her, helping her and taking some of the stress off of her so that she could have a free delivery, stress-free delivery, as a sister wife should. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. I thank the Creator for the relationship that they have. It's a wonderful relationship. Beautiful relationship, actually. You know, it's the Creator, He has His ways of doing some things that we don't understand in the beginning. You know, we don't see how it's going to work or even why it's working or why He would even think it's going to work in the beginning until we are obedient to His command and go along with His process. And then we see all the beauty in the things that we couldn't see the beauty in before, because the Most High knew what we did not know. So I thank the Creator for that. But I like to take this time to thank the Creator also for a guy that's been very dear to me in my life. A guy, a man. And when I say man, I mean man. Not a male, but a man. He's been very helpful and very instrumental. And the funny thing about it is I met him through my wife, my latest wife, Autumn. And the guy I'm talking about is her stepfather. I thank the Creator for his life. I thank the Creator for bringing him into my life. I thank the Creator for the type of man that he is. He's an exceptional man. He's there even when you don't need, when you don't call. If he's the example of true brotherhood
that I try to put out and implement into a lot of our people. He's an example of that. Before you open your mouth, if he's seeing needs, he's on top of it. This man has done things without me even having to begin to ask him to do it, because he saw the need and didn't ask for a dime. And when I tried to pay him, he didn't want the money. Matter of fact, I agreed to a payment schedule with him. He sends half the money to the school. He gets the money after he done worked all week in his imagination, and then he put it to work on the exact thing, puts it out. And I sent him his whatever his cut is, and he looks at me and say, yo, I don't want that. Sends half of it back. He didn't want none of it. I had to force him to take it. He didn't want none of it. He said, you know what? I just donated to the school. I said, well, keep half. At least keep half for yourself. So that's what he did. He keeps half. I don't know what he do with it because he don't need it. It ain't like he need the money. It's just my form of appreciation for all that he does when he don't have to do it. Him and his wife. His wife is a hell of a woman as well. But I ain't talking about her right now. I'm talking about him. Now I want to talk about her. I thank the Creator for her life as well. You know, it's not often, excuse me, it's not often that you meet a family and both of the family members are an asset to your life. Most people that I meet in life are liabilities, not assets. Both of these people, both the wife and the husband, they're a team. And they have been assets to my life. And I didn't realize how much of an asset or even the spirit that they had just by getting to know them and talking to them. I didn't realize it until I did something in their area that caused them to pull out and do and show who they are and what they're working with. I'm telling you, if I opened up and had the whole conversation and told you the things that they have done and the things that they do, man, you'd be like, what? And they ain't ask for nothing. They don't ask for anything. They just do. They just want to help, just want to make sure you cool, just want to make sure that ain't nothing going wrong. And I mean, it's like unbelievable sometimes, but that's what true brotherhood, sisterhood, and family is supposed to look like. And I can say that. It's to the point that if they ever ask me for anything that's in my power to give, they ain't got to ask twice. Matter of fact, if I ever see a need in their lives that they need, they ain't got to ask because they getting it. That's the kind of people they are. Good people that don't even bother you for nothing. My mom came to the house the other day because she's been down here for a couple of days now. But when she arrived, we forgot to talk to her about the regulations and the rules on the land. When the women on the land, they got to wear skirts. We don't allow our women to just walk around with pants on the land. So my wife brought it to my attention because I had just addressed some other young ladies that was there on the land the other day. So I pulled to the side and I asked Iman, I said, can I speak to you for a minute? So we go in the room and we talking. And she says to me, what you want? You know, in that feminine voice. And I said, I know I forgot to tell you, but when you're here on the land, and this wasn't her first time here, but this was the first time since we reinforced how we're going to be doing things again, she came. So I asked her, I said, you know, you're supposed to wear skirts while you're on the land, and I forgot to tell you or mention it to you, so please forgive me for not doing that. She said, okay, it's not a problem. Rather, it was a problem, or if it wasn't a problem, she wasn't going to say it to me. She's just that kind of woman. Easy to get along with and go along. No matter what she's thinking in her mind, she's with it. Whatever we got to do, we with it. 1,000%. it means a lot to me that she is the type of woman that she is. It means a lot to me. Now, a lot of females, pants. I ain't putting on no skirt. You ain't gonna make me wear no skirt. How you gonna force me to wear a skirt? And just be disrespectful. But even like I said to my wife, even if her mother said, well, Prince, I don't want to wear that, I wouldn't argue with her. Because she's a mother. She's an elder. She earns the right to do what she wants. And we'd have just had to bend the rules for her because she's a woman. She didn't do that. Know what she did? She complied. She said, that's the rules. All right, we doing it. Let's make this happen. And that's just how she's been through this whole marriage. I think I've been married to Autumn now for about 5 years now. 5 years, that flew by that fast. Come February, it'll be 5 years. That's quick. And her mother's attitude has gotten better and better and better and better. Not that it was ever bad, because it was never bad. It's always been a positive attitude, but I guess I'm just getting to see more of her, to learn more about her, to know more about her and her husband, that I can appreciate them that much more. Because I go through a lot of struggles in life with people. I don't like people. Prince don't like people. It's just that simple. People are the worst of things, man. I don't like people. I don't like their attitudes. I don't like, what are you talking about? He don't like people. No, I don't. I don't like people. I try to avoid people the best I can. I try to stay away from people. I try to mind my business. I try to keep to myself because I actually don't like people. And if I get a person that I find that's exceptional, I gravitate to that person and I try to hold on to that person. And sometimes that happens where I find people that's exceptional. Sometimes they might just need a little bit of polishing off if they want to be polished off. If they don't, then that's cool too. But usually I stay in my lane, I stay in my zone. And when somebody enters into my atmosphere, we don't get along. People don't like me. I know people don't like me. I'm too hard. I'm too disciplined. My life is straight by the book. I'm in order. I do things when I'm supposed to do it, when I say I'm going to do it, how I'm going to say I'm going to do it. I do that. People don't like that. And people don't like people that's like that. I stick to the rules and the regulations. I try not to bend. They just don't like me. See, my own wives don't like me. Yeah, they love me. But they don't like me. They love me, but they don't like me. I'm hard dude because I live. If we say we're going to do something, we got to do it. We got to see it through. And that's just who I am. But I thank the Creator for who I am. I thank the Creator for how he's made me. I thank the Creator how he developed me. And if you don't like me, that's okay. I'm not mad at you. You don't have to like me. You don't have to. But for those who do, who are at least appreciate me, may the Most High bring you blessings of peace, joy, and longevity, prosperity and understanding, and great riches. And for all of y'all who don't like me, so what? So what? Don't matter. Because I remember a story about a young man one day where he was a doctor. He was a surgeon, actually. None of the hospital staff liked him. They did an interview about him at the hospital. They did an interview about him, and he was the world-renowned surgeon. Nobody at his hospital liked him. So everybody talked about the man. They don't like this, they don't like that. Nothing that they said about that man was a reason for not. He's always punctual. He's on top of you if you're 5 minutes late. He's on you. You shouldn't have been late. You should have been on time. He's the head. He's the boss. He run the show. So people didn't like him because he was about what he said he was about. So the same people, they asked him, he said, well, let me ask you a question. If you got in a car accident, your life was on the line, you needed a surgeon, who would you recommend? Everybody pointed at him because he was the best. And they knew that he would do the best job at doing the job to get it done. So, And that's how they feel. Shabbat, they say people don't like her either. That's all right. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. And Sister Ornice say, I love people, but it can definitely be a double-edged sword. You will find that people will disappoint you and let you down every time. So I put not my trust in people, and I don't like them. But I trust in the Most High. I love the Creator. I love the Creator. I do love my people. I do love my people. I love them so much that I pray for them every day at 2 o'clock. So how much love is that? When the last time you prayed for me? I pray for my people every day at 2 o'clock to the Most High every day. That's how much I love my people. I just don't like people. I don't like the way people think, how they act and what they do. They so sneaky and tricky, and nobody keeps their word, and they dirty. They keep dirty houses. Prince, what are you talking about on nationalistically all over the world? Talking about people have dirty houses. They do. But those who don't, more power to you. May the Most High be with you. Because a lot of people understand what I'm talking about. When you go into somebody's house to use the bathroom, and it's nasty. All the way to the bathroom, and when you get in the bathroom. That's right. It's nasty. I just don't. It's all right. Let's move on. Ima. Shalom, Ima. Are you still with us? She says she's tripping off her husband right now. Ima, are you with us? My wife might be in labor. That might be what it is. All right, so today, family, we're going to have a little bit of strange class today. We're going to get it in. But it's some things that I wanted to talk about prior to us having class. Now, I tried to prepare a lesson that I could speak to you about in reference to some things, but the information was scattered all over the place. It was scattered all over the place. And I'm going to bring your attention to some things that you might not be aware of, some things you may be aware of. So I'm going to bring it to your attention. If this is the first time you've heard these things, that's cool. And if it's not the first time, then maybe you can contribute to this class a lot more. This is representing childhood trauma and how childhood trauma affects a lot of us. So many of us are affected by childhood trauma. Things that we've experienced in our youth as we were growing up that makes us into the adults that we are in our current lives. I had a phone conversation with my daughter, one of my daughters the other day. She got blonde. We talked for about a good 15, 20 minutes just about her hair. Blonde, red, some kind of blonde or brown hair. She got great hair, nice long hair, but she wraps her hair up, put a stocking cap on, and put a wig on over top of that, and then go get the wig styled so it looks nice. And this time she had on a blonde or brown set of hair or wig. So I talked to her, and this is how our conversation went. As I'm going to talk to you all and share this information with you. Let's stop for a second. Did we like the page yet? Did everybody like and share the page? I don't think so. I think we got like 9 likes, and I don't see any shares. So family, could we just try just for a moment? That's right. Get your laws up while I'm talking. Get your laws. Yes. But just like and share the page. All right. If you can, like and share the page so that people who will need these conversations can get these conversations. It might not be for you. It might be for someone else. Ima, could you reach out to Ima Sakari? Because I didn't see her today. Just make sure she's all right. Ima Sakari, Ima Havred. I haven't heard from either of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's likely I had walked away. I'm sorry. I had walked away. I was.
Did you hear what I
so
just
I haven't
asked
heard
you?
anything. No.
Could you reach out to
I was
Ima Sukari?
Oh yeah, she's
Sukari.
her family is dealing. She's dealing with some family things today. She
Okay.
texted me the other day. We spoke, and I did. Yeah, we spoke.
Ima Habaret?
I texted her last week. I haven't heard from her.
Can you try reaching out to two of them, make sure they all right? And let them know we're thinking about them? All right, thank you.
Sure.
So when I was talking to her, I had to let her know. But first, I had to apologize to her because I was a part of the problem with her. Me, I was a part of the problem. A lot of adults don't realize that the things they do to their bodies as adults and growing into their adulthood is a direct reflection of childhood trauma. Something took place in your life that traumatized you to a way, and a lot of times the trauma shows out through the things you put on your body. That's why you see so many young women walking around with weaves in their head, wigs on, dyes in their hair. And I don't, before you get emotional and start saying, here you go with women again, before you get emotional, I want you to know that a lot of males do the same thing with that makeup around their head and that black stuff that they put all on their faces. A lot of that is a result of childhood trauma. The more significant the trauma, the more of these things you will see. Like, for example, we're about to talk about tattoos. One of the most amazing things that really will have you baffled is how a person can take ink and color all over their entire body with ink. It's unbelievable the things that we do to ourselves. Shabatni said men also dye their hair. You're absolutely right. And a lot of the men that do this, a lot of the males, what they do is something horrific have taken place in their lives. They grow up and eventually they begin to do these type of things to show, but we don't know what to look for. We don't know the signs. A lot of them become homosexual, and then a lot of them just act out in certain ways through their behavior as a result of the trauma that they received in their youth. One of the ways for a man to act out is to be abusive to his woman because he was abused or a woman abused him, you know, and he grows up in life and he becomes abusive to the female counterparts. It's horrible. Or he might be abusive to children because he himself was abused, you know. So I'm sitting down and I'm talking to my daughter about this wig she got on. And I explained to her that a lot of times when women wear different color hairs, it's a symbol of a trauma that they received in their lives, and that's their way of seeking, how do you say, validation, seeking the attention or the approval of outside people because they didn't get it in one way or another in their homes. And I had to tell my daughter that your trauma came from me. See, because I know and I acknowledge the type of man that I was back them days when she was growing up. Now she's about 27. But when she was younger, in the young days, my way of disciplining my children was to hurt them, to beat them. That was back then, and it's not what I do now. It was back then I had to learn that I was a bad father, and I had to correct my behavior. But my way of disciplining my children, I would get a piece of wire about that thick that we had on electric, from the electric wires. If you got 100 amp service running into your house, that was the wire that I used to beat my children with. And I went overboard with beating my children and disciplining my children
to the point where today that trauma shows in their behavior and in their lives and their rejection toward me in a lot of ways. I was the trauma to my daughter in her youth. And now I'm here now, I'm trying to make up for the damage that I've done, but yet I can't make up to so much of a degree because I'm just not going to let you just do what you want to do and be who you want to be without letting you know that you're wrong. You know, so I try to correct a lot of the damage that I've done, and I've been doing this now for the last 10 years or so, fixing the damage that I've done to my children, not just that one child, but my children on a whole have all been affected because of the type of guy that I was. I even had to call my son and have a conversation and apologize to him. So why am I saying all these things? I'm saying all these things because a lot of us are the reasons why our children do the things that they do. A lot of us are. And a lot of us have affected people in their youth that when they grow up, they're going to be a disaster. Or they're going to walk and carry things that they shouldn't have to walk and carry throughout life. I myself, I understood the psychology of why people dye their hair all these different colors and wear these wigs. Now, one of the things that they do is they make up an excuse and say, it's convenient. It's more convenient for me to do this. I can do this and not have to do my own hair, and I can just jump in and out. But they don't even know, a lot of them don't know that they're doing this because of the trauma that they experienced in their lifetime. A lot of them truly don't know this. Dealing with the hair and the wigs, but you can also deal with the tattoos, because the tattoos go even deeper than the hair and the weaves and the wigs. Tattoos, oh man, a lot of people, the tattoo, let's say you went to a tattoo shop and you say, you know what? I like that tattoo right there. And it's a heart with arrows going through it. It's something about you that gravitates to that design, to those images. Yeah, and you don't even know why you like the tattoo. You just know that you like it. You feel like you have a connection to it, like a bond to it. And that tattoo symbolizes you have been hurt. You have been disappointed in life. Somebody you love just shot an arrow through your life. And usually it's the parents that you have in your life. Usually it's your parents. A lot of children that have been molested or how can I say, violated, they have tattoos to represent that type of stuff. Right. You know, it's funny how we do what we do and don't even understand why we're doing what we're doing. So I just want to read this, some of the information that these people have put out here for us so we can see some of the things that's going on in our lives. It says trauma leaves marks, but these marks are not set in stone. They might not erase completely, but they can fade, adjust, and become less powerful as time goes on as you heal. What is PTSD? What is bipolar disorder? A lot of these things are trauma that a person received in their lives. And later on in life, this is how they respond to those things that took place. Tattoos, though, can act as permanent reminders that healing from trauma is possible. That's why we ask our mental health community to share tattoos that they got on their own healing journey. If you've been through trauma and you still struggle now, you're not alone. So many of us are struggling with childhood trauma. So many of us are in denial about the childhood trauma that is going through and taking place in our lives today. Most of us are not aware why we are the type of people that we are. and why some of the behavior that we have in our lives are what they are today. Well, a lot of us don't even know why we do what we do. We just know that we do it and it gives us a form of pleasure. And a lot of times it's because you was either deprived of this thing in your life when you were growing, or you had too much of this thing in your life when you were growing. A lot of people smoke drugs because they had no pleasure in their youth, in their lives. So they turn to drugs to bring them a form of pleasure. Do you know how many of our people smoke and use drugs? And I'm going to say drugs because it's a whole variety of things to make them feel good. Usually it's because they had no good feelings in their youth when they were developing and growing up. Most of their lives were stressful. And the only way they know how to deal with it is by inhaling or sniffing or dropping some pills to bring them a sense of comfort to deal with the realities of their lives today. And don't even know why they do what they do. They just got addicted to it and feel like it's something that they need to do to keep it that way. So they've been through trauma and they're still struggling now. It says you're not alone. This also gives you, if you look up the mighty.com, you can pull that up and it'll pull up the page and it'll give you some resources how you can reach out to certain community groups to try to get some help and relief from some of the childhood trauma that you've received in your life. Okay? Even if you can't see it now, healing is possible. We hope the message and images below gives you some hope. But part of the problem is that a lot of us don't think we have any issues. A lot of us don't think we have any problems. So let's see what's on this lady's back right here. She says, my fear in progress. Have risen from medical conditions or circumstances that have both altered the course of my life and nearly taken my life. But I survived because the fire inside me burning brighter than the fire around me. That's a beautiful thing. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Now, this program here, this portion here, talks about sexual normal behavior and identities used to be considered a mental illness. So I pulled up and I looked at some of the different mental illnesses that affect us today. And these mental illnesses, or things that used to be considered mental illnesses that no longer are mental illnesses, is because so many people have these traumas that they now say it's not a mental illness, like homosexuality. In the 1940s and 50s, if you was a homosexual, they had you, yes, you had to get mental treatment because you had a problem. But now, because homosexuality has taken over the world, because it's a part of their agenda, now being a homosexual is no longer a homosexual, it's not a mental illness anymore. It's okay for you to be a man and look like a woman, or to be a woman and look like a man, and have people binary, they call it, have people calling you the gender that the creator didn't give you. It's now accepted, whereas before it was a violation. A lot of these things that we have comes directly as a result of trauma that we received in our youth. There are so many young males who were violated by people that they trusted. Right. Clergy, spiritual leaders, Maureen, their parents, their uncles, their aunts. They were violated by these people sexually, sexual perversions. And it caused them to act out in a manner later on in life and through life that a lot of people are not focusing on and paying attention to. They don't know why you are this way. And that's why a lot of males who have these things are undercover. They're undercover because they have to hide this behavior because they know that something is wicked and not right with this behavior, so they hide it. Yeah, that's what they call the down low brothers. And it's a shame when you see these individuals and you see that they are really in the closet and doing all these hideous, promiscuous things. You're like, how? Why? But we got a long way to go. And if it be that you happen to be or know some of these individuals, the whole purpose to these conversations is that they can go and seek out some help wherever they can get the help from that will help them to be better than what they are, because healing needs to take place in our lives in order for us to be a better individual or a better people. What'd she say? She says, I think the tattoos are also in relation to where we reside. I don't see tattoos when I live in Africa, but it's something that I see all the time in countries like these, the gay stuff too. I would agree with you. The availability of it is in those places. But a lot of Africans that come here and get tattoos as well. A lot of Africans that come here and become gay all of a sudden. It's not that it was all of a sudden. They couldn't do it in their countries because they would be put to death, or they hid it very well in their countries. Over here in America, it's like Sodom and Gomorrah. You come straight out the closets. I'm sure there was a lot over there in Africa when you were there, but you didn't know it because they represented it differently. They hid. In a lot of those African countries, they will cut your head off if you're open homosexual. Matter of fact, America cut off the supply to one country because they openly banned homosexuality. So America cut them off. I think that was an Arabian country. All right, so let's see. Several normal behaviors and identities used to be considered mental illnesses, including, and look how they put it, not being straight. Your tango, they give a website for that, not being straight. Women showing independence or rebellious behavior. Do y'all hear that? Women showing independence or rebellious behavior toward the men, that was considered a mental illness at one point. But today, we run wild with that. We run wild with it. A rebellious woman, it gives an example of the place for that to go. Then it says, and having general learning differences, and we know that that's sometimes a mental illness, but a mental learning deficiencies can also come from the food you eat. You know, different things contaminating the brain to distort the brain in the way it functions. Medical and social views change over time, leading experts to remove these labels. The American Society, let me close this out. Being gay or lesbian. The American Psychiatric Society listed homosexuality as a mental disorder until 1973. At 1973, somebody lobbied Congress or the government, and they changed the law. Today, it is recognized as a normal variation of human sexuality. All I say is, today, in comparison to 1973, it shows us how far we have fallen from righteousness. It has shown us how far we have fallen from righteousness. They don't hide being gay anymore here in America because this country makes recessions for gays now. It's almost a sin to be straight now, and that's true. And a lot of this came with the first black president we had, President Obama. He implemented a lot of that stuff and makes it like it's okay. and the punishments for attacking or talking or speaking bad about gays, they now have laws against it. Like he said, it used to be a mental illness. Now it's acceptable. Absolutely. Now watch this one. Gender nonconformity. Diverse gender expressions and identities were historically pathologized as mental disorder, whereas modern psychology distinguishes between identity and illnesses. Wow. Personal expressions of independence. This was a mental disorder, females to feel like they wanted to be independent. But a lot of the males in the lives of these females have failed them so hard, it forces the woman to go out and seek a job or seek employment or seek her independence because she can't rely on a lot of the males. Most of the males she can't rely on. A lot of the experiences she had in life, males have failed her. Her own father left her and her mother alone. You know, she had nobody to rely on. She had nobody to trust in. She fell in love with a man she thought was a man, and then he ended up leaving her, abusing her, mistreating her, disrespecting her on the highest level. And now she's alone, and she got to find her way to take care of her and her 3 children. She does the best she can with what she has. You know, it's sad how this world is today. Female independency. In past centuries, women who sought education careers or spoke their minds were sometimes diagnosed with mental instability. So if you sought an education, if you sought a career, or you spoke your mind, in those days, they will lock you up in a mental institution and put her away. Rebelling against social norms. If you rebel against social norms, they felt like you had a mental illness. Acting outside of rigor, cultural expectations was often labeled as a symptom of mental sickness rather than a personality trait. These things are real. So the lifestyle that we live by being Hebrew Israelites, and you're really serious about the Most High's ways, will be considered a mental illness today. Because in order for you to really live your life as an Israelite, servant of the Most High, you cannot conform to a lot of the conditions of everyday living in this world. Because if you do, then you can't serve the Most High. But because you don't, then they will determine you or label you with a mental illness to a degree. So these are just some of the things that was covered yesterday as I did my research. That I had some other ones on YouTube, but I don't have access to those right now. Had some other ones, they got erased because I was doing so much research, and a lot of my pages got removed. Okay, I found one of them. Let me pull it up, please. Let me share the page so I can show it to you. One of the pages I have access to, I saved it in a different format, and I didn't realize it, but now I do. Makeup is another one of these forms of mental illness that a lot of people are not paying attention to. It's a form of childhood trauma. These mental illnesses are all a form of childhood trauma. Childhood trauma is where these things stem from. So when you meet a woman who wears heavy forms of makeup, when you meet a man who wears makeup, because you do meet men who wear makeup, but usually makeup is predominantly worn by females, by women. And the more makeup they put on is the more they're guilty of what we're about to read about. All right. Many women or many people use tattoos to process, represent, or heal from personal trauma, serving as a visual tool for reclaiming control over their bodies. Now, these are things that they do and don't realize what they're doing. Research also indicates a statistical correlation between adverse life events such as childhood adversity and a higher prevalence of body modification. So I like the way they put that. Body modification, altering your appearance in any way is a thing where they're representing childhood trauma. But it's not just childhood trauma. Sometimes as an adult, your life can be so depressing that you alter your appearance to try to fit in or look better or be more comfortable with society. Right? Why people get trauma tattoos? Reclaiming the body, taking physical control back after an event where agency was lost. That means that something happened to you, you lost respect for yourself. You couldn't tolerate it. You felt disappointed or violated in some type of way. So a lot of those people turn to body tattoos. Externalizing pain is a way of giving a tangibility or tangible visible face to an internal struggle or difficult memory. People don't understand a lot of the times why they go out and completely cover it from the neck down, cover their bodies with tattoos, or even get tattoos. Even some tattoos, they don't understand why they're getting it. They just feel an attraction to the tattoo when they see it. But psychologically, internally, their bodies are letting them know what this is all about. Signaling survival, commemorating endurance, military combat, or surviving abuse as a badge of resilience rather than just victimhood. Psychological and physical impact, nervous symptoms regulation. The physical sensation of getting tattooed can ground an individual in the present moment during the process. Wow. Cultural context. Opinions on studies linking body modification to childhood trauma vary on platforms like Reddit, where users note that cultural norms heavily influence how common tattoos are regarded, regardless of past hardship. So that's just some more information telling us a little bit more about why we do some of the things that we do. Makeup is a heavy influence on people who are displeased with themselves. But when you talk to somebody that wears makeup today, oh no, I don't do that because I'm unhappy with myself. I do it to enhance my beauty. Well, if you got to enhance it, what does that mean you feel about it? You know? That's what it really is. You're not pleased with it. So therefore, you wear makeup to try to give your appearance a better look. Try to make yourself look better because you're not pleased with it.
Serious stuff that takes too.
Yeah, there's a whole lot to it, family, that we are not seeing here. Childhood trauma, you're never good enough, you're never good enough, you're never good enough. If you receive those type of things through your youth, when you're a child, you will grow up thinking you're not good enough, you don't look good enough, I'm not tall enough, I'm not husky enough. Sometimes you do things about that, and you take makeup and you make yourself up just so that you will please people, so you will fit in with people. A lot of males, well, my hair ain't full enough, my hair is bald, so they go get those hair things put in their head, rather accepting themselves for who they are. They go get hair transplants. They go get the makeup, the eyeliner, and the shadow, and put all that stuff around the front of their heads to try to make them look like they got a hairline down here when their hairline really starts back here. A lot of males are tricked up about this type of stuff. And it's not good. It's all about childhood trauma. They might be used to tease you in high school, in elementary school, about your hairline, or things of that nature. And you grow up and you try to do things to compensate or to correct what you have been told, the stigma that you have been fed all of your life about your hairline, or about your eyes, or about your skin, or about your structure. Some people, and anybody who's been to Africa can speak on this, some people are so traumatized about the color of their skin that they dye their skin, bleach their skin to make them lighter. Some people are so traumatized about the color of their skin that they dye their skin or bleach their skin to make them lighter. Look at Michael Jackson. He's the epitome of it. He turned himself white because his life, in his childhood, he wasn't pleased with his color. He grew up being critiqued and criticized about it, that he grew up to a point he had enough money, so he began to alter his appearance. They say that he tried to look like Diana Ross. And I don't know if that was true, but that's what they say. Diana Ross ain't white. Diana Ross is a brown skinned sister, from what I recall. But she did have a pointy nose, and he got plastic nose surgery to try to get that European-looking nose, and he dyed his skin, and he had children with a European woman. So, huh?
I think it was Princess Diana.
Yeah, I don't know who it was. Yeah, probably. It's strange. Some of the things we do because of childhood drama that we don't realize what's going on in our lives. So all of this was for exposure for us today. Sometimes it's a process. You might have started graying early or balding early in age. It levels to it. There's levels to it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what happens. And most of us are so out of tune with being who we are and being pleased with who we are that when we start getting gray hair, we dye it brown or black. We dye it another color so people don't think we are as old as we are. Right. In Torah, having a gray hair was an honorable thing. It was an honorable thing. But we because we all want to look younger than what we are, all you gotta do is change your diet, eat good, exercise, work out, walk, read some books, study, educate yourself, and it will all have a reflection on how you look. But instead, we'd rather put on a wig, we'd rather dye our hair, we'd rather wear that black eyeliner, we'd rather get what's those things that they put on their head and glue it on, a stitch in, sewn in. We'd rather do all these things. We'd rather put tons of makeup on our face. Now, whoever told you that when you go out somewhere in the public, you got to have on some makeup? I don't know whoever told you that, because men don't like makeup. Right. Women dress up makeup to make themselves look more attractive to the general public now, not just to men. Not just to men. But for men, we don't like makeup. Most men, not all men, most men don't like makeup. And all you got to do is ask them. And you'll get it. You'll get there. If they're honest with you, they'll tell you. They don't like makeup. But a lot of us wear makeup to hide the imperfections that we have. Now, I would agree, in my opinion, makeup is for ugly people, to make them up. You ever see those videos when someone looked hideous? Hideous. I mean, hideous. like they was beating their head with a stick. And they went out and put on the makeup. They show us the whole process, how they make, and they look completely different after they've had themselves made up by a professional makeup artist. Completely different. As I told a couple of weeks ago in class about that man who had those babies with that woman and she produced all them ugly children, he took her to court and sued her because he did some investigation, found out she had plastic surgery because she wasn't impressed with how she looked. She wasn't pleased with how she looked. She went out and got plastic surgery. Plastic surgeon did such a good job that she actually found a husband. That husband laid down and started producing children. See, that plastic surgery didn't change her DNA. She produced those ugly children, and that man, the Chinese man, said, you know what? Ain't no way in the world these ugly children are coming from my side. So he did the research and found out she had plastic surgery, looked at her family bloodline, and it was all ugly people there. And he sued her and won. That's how bad people try to get away from who they are. That they will go under the knife to alter their physical appearance to become something that's more pleasing to people so people will like them better. Right. Women get breast implants. They don't get breast implants for their health. They get breast implants to enlarge their breasts or to reduce their breasts so that they'll look better for people. And that's sad. It really is. We told the Most High he made a mistake. Every time we put on makeup, we're telling the Father he made a mistake. You didn't make me the way I was supposed to be, that I was supposed to look like this. So here, I'm going to try to get myself back. Every time we put on a wig and a weave, we telling the Most High he made a mistake. I told my daughter, if the Creator would have made you with that red hair, you wouldn't have liked it. You'll be trying to dye it black and trying to get away from that red hair, that blonde hair, that green hair, fluorescent green hair, looking like a cartoon character. But they walk around with fluorescent green hair, red hair, looking like some Kool-Aid just spilled in their hair. Red hair, bright red hair. And they do this with no problem, no shame to their game. They don't even understand why they do it. All they know is they like it. They like it because it is satisfying some deficiency that they had in their lives, some trauma that they experienced as they was growing up, and they don't even know it. If you don't believe what it is that I'm saying, look at anybody who does these things. If you have an opportunity to talk to them or to know their personal life, look at their childhood. And most of the times, these things didn't start until their childhood. Amen. You know, after these traumas took place in their childhood. A lot of these things began its journey in their minds after that trauma that took place in their childhood. And this is sad. It's really sad. So that's our opening portion for the day. So let's talk. Are there any questions or comments, family? Are there any questions or comments? Anyone? Boy, we running through class today, ain't we, y'all? I know. We running through class today. It's now 1:30, and we ready to get to the commandments. All right, Ima, you present? Ima, shalom. Can somebody call my wife, please, and tell her to get back on the screen if she's able to? Anybody has my wife's number, could you call her, please, and tell her that we're missing her on the platform? All right, there's a question in the room. How do we, or can we reverse the stigma that has been placed in our community I need you to elaborate on that a little bit, bro. I don't understand the stigma that's, oh, well, maybe you mean how people view us? Is that what you mean? Well, first we have to change the way we think. What we find acceptable and unacceptable, what we find appropriate and inappropriate, we have to change the way we think. Once we change the way we think, we have to do better. Once we do better, over time, it will become incorporated in us, and then we can change the stigma and how people see us, our people in the community. It ain't gonna happen overnight. It's gonna take time. It didn't happen overnight to make it happen,
Right.
so it's not gonna happen overnight to fix the curse. It takes time. Ima, are you present? Nobody's calling her. Is anybody calling, reaching out to her? Yes or no? Thank you, sister. We appreciate you. Sister Ornette, are you able to reach out to my Isha princess? She does the portion with the commandments. All right, nobody's responding to me. Let me try to reach out to her myself. Unless they're in the middle of delivering a baby. Babe, I need you on the screen.
Where she's contracting, we're about to do some stuff.
We're about to do some stuff. All right.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Shalom. She's contracting. We're about to do some stuff. So maybe we're going to be having a baby today. Who knows? Only the Most High. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We shall see. May the Most High be with us.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess that means I got to do the commandments. She's leaving it up to me. All right. I'm on it. I'm on it. Commandments. Now, family, I'm not. What I would probably need you to do is what I will probably need you to do is repost your commandments if I miss your commandment. For some of us, I probably will be missing your commandment. So if I miss your commandment, please just feel free to repost your commandment so we don't have to miss it. I'm looking for the very first commandment, and usually the first commandment is Sister Higdalia, because she be so on point with this stuff. She be in here, she beat me in here most of the time. I need to start letting her prepare the classes, because she be beating me here sometime. All right. So here's the first commandment that we have, I believe it is. The Sinya Rishon's commandment, the law. And it comes out of book of Numbers, chapter 27, verse 8. Numbers, chapter 27, verse 8. And it says, And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a man die and have no sons, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughters. And if he has no daughters, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if he has no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. And if his father has no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family. And he shall pass it, and it shall be unto the children of Israel a statute of judgment, as the Most High commanded Moshe. And he says, his explanation says this: a man may have no sons or daughters, but he should always have an inheritance to leave. You know, that's a powerful statement. A man may have no sons or daughters, but he should always have an inheritance to leave behind. Question yourself, family. Do you have an inheritance to leave behind? Think about it. What do you own, or what do you have that you can actually say is yours? What do you have, or what do you own that you can actually say is yours that you can leave behind for somebody else? That's almost like a legacy. Now, a legacy we can leave behind by the way we teach our children to grow. You might not have physical possessions, but there is a such thing as mannerism that you can leave behind for your children. Consistency, responsible things. You can leave those things behind for your children if you don't have physical inheritance to leave behind. But a man should always seek to have some physical things to leave behind for his family. Always. And if it doesn't happen, if it's not happening, you should try to work on causing it to happen. All right? Sister Higdalia, for Deuteronomy is her commandment, Deuteronomy 19. All right, let's see what Deuteronomy 19 and 16 says. 16 through 20. If a false witness arise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before the Most High Zebaoth, before the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days. And the judge shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and have testified falsely against his brethren, then shall ye do unto him as he hath thought to have done unto his brethren. So shall you put evil away from among you. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Oh, she said the last part. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thy eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye shall go for eye, tooth, and hand for hand, and foot for foot. And that which would have been the punishment for the man if he was guilty shall also be placed on the false accuser, because he lied. All right, let's see where we at. Explanation. Sister Igdalia's explanation is sometimes people doled out accusations in their anger, not considering that their actions are earning them a punishment. Words are powerful, and lies are very destructive, which have ruined lives, which have ruined lying in wait for you just because you were mad at one point. Always be honest in your observation and do not speak. Do not speak on what you heard or don't know firsthand. Even then, be careful of tale bearing. And that's true. That's true. All right. Explanation continued. It doesn't seem that I thought that what it was or that what it seemed like could be a valid defense. Be careful what you say out of your mouth. She is talking. Be careful what you say out of your mouth. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. Do we have any other commandments? Did anybody else post their commandments? I don't see any other commandments. All right. Yeah, I don't see. I don't see any other commandments. And you know, today is going to be a little off from our normal because my wife is not currently with us today. So we're going to be off a little bit from our normal procedures. Yesterday we had a move-up day. Open house for the school on Friday at 7:00. That was yesterday, right? Thursday? Oh, Thursday. We had a move-up day at the school. And I was on the podium. I got the opportunity to speak. And then after I got my opportunity to speak, I ain't had too much to say. But it was at 7:00 at night. I had been up since 5 o'clock. We got up and make prayer. 6:00, we left the house and went out to go to work. I think we got to work about 6:30, 6:45, somewhere. I'm not even sure. But I had been up for a long time working. I put a roof on a school building yesterday, bust my knuckles up. And I had been working, and I'm sitting up on the camera, and I'm fighting back sleep. That was a bad thing for me to do. I was so tired. I was trying my hardest to stay woke, but it was very difficult for me to stay woke. I had to get up and walk around, excuse myself from the screen for a minute. My wife said, "You falling asleep." Yeah, because I was tired. Just like today, I did get a little bit of rest today, but I was up at 5 o'clock getting my lesson ready. Oh, no, 5 o'clock, I was doing something else. I woke up at a little later than that. I think this is Carlin's commandment. But those who wait on the Most High shall renew their strength. They mourn up. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not be faint. Okay, Colin, Torah Rabbah. Okay. Kezu. Deuteronomy 15. Deuteronomy 15:1. And at the end of 7 years, thou shalt make a release. This is a manner of the release. Every creditor that lendeth aught unto his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called the Most High's release. So let me see what the brothers say first. Explanation. We are to eliminate all debt after 7 years and not hold that burden of someone owing you for a past transaction. You have to let it go and move on with your life.
That's only with your brother, though. I just realized that. And a foreigner, you can still exact it from them. A foreigner's still gonna pay up.
All right, so let's talk about that for a second. That means that if I loan a brother some money and he takes 7 years to pay me back, then that debt is supposed to be released. Now, we pay psychological attention to that. That means you better hurry to get your money back. Because, and you got to be careful about how much you lend out. Because if you lend out a certain amount, and that 7 years, all that debt is forgiven, he don't owe you anything. So you got to be careful who you loan money to in times like this. Because we are living in those days. You know, and if you adhere to this law, 7 years after you get that brother or that sister some money, they don't pay you back within 7 years, you lose all that money. All right, do we have any more commandments? And another thing that I wanted to mention while we were on the topic earlier is that a lot of those tattoos, from what I heard, the dye that they use for the tattoo, the black color, comes from dead bodies.
Ooh.
They take dead bodies and ground them up.
That's why he said not to do it in the first place.
That's probably why he said not to do it. You're right. Yeah. But I was told that dye, somebody can look it up if they want. But I was told that black dye in the tattoos come from dead bodies.
Daggers. You got the
Yeah.
daggers in your body.
Yep.
Disgusting.
Carlin has another commandment, Leviticus 19, verse 28. So you can look it up, family, and see if that statement was a true statement. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead. Talk about tattoo. We just was talking about tattoos. Nor print any marks upon you. I am the Most High. Very good, Colin. Did you give us an explanation? I don't see his explanation. All right, I don't see his explanation. Neither do I see anybody else's commandment. Okay. All right. Thank you, Colin. May the Most High be praised. Sister Laurel. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Laurel. All right, here we go. She says Deuteronomy 34 and 7. Deuteronomy 34 and 7. All right, let's see what it says. And Moshe was 100 years and 20 years old when he died. His eyes was grim. Am I reading that right? Okay. When he died, he was 120 years old. His eyes was not dim, nor his natural forces abated. Does that mean he could still have children? Something to think about. Yeah. Her explanation is age is not weakness. The Most High promises long life, deliverance, and prosperity. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. All right. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. Here's your commandment. Deuteronomy 1, verse 8. Deuteronomy 1, verse 8. Didn't we just do verse 7? He says, behold, I have set the land before you, Go in and possess the land which the Most High sware unto your fathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yisrael, to give unto them and to their seed after them. See, I have set before ye. Okay, let's see what his explanation is. He said, make movements toward the blessings placed in our lives. That's a good one. I like that. I like that. All right. Did you look up that thing about the ink? Do they use their bodies? Did you find anything? All right, Sister Nina says, I'm glad you discussing, as I understand it, if they are working for you or if they have begun to pay, but what if they have never started? I think you're talking about the people that owe you money, sis. I don't understand the question. I'm glad you're discussing, as I understand it, if they are working for you or if they have began to pay, but what if you have never started? What if they have never started? I don't think I understand fully what you're saying or what you're asking.
I think traditionally, tattoo ink historically derived from natural earth and plant materials, primarily using soot, charcoal, and ground minerals.
Can you come a little louder so they can hear you?
Yes.
You want to come up?
Tattoo ink historically derived from natural earth and plant materials, primarily using soot, charcoal, and ground minerals. With modern sources, synthetic pigments, modern professional inks replace crude ash with plastic-based colors, heavy metal compounds, and industrial pigments.
That's it?
Pigments are now safely suspended in clean carrier solutions like distilled water, alcohol, or glycerin.
What was your question you asked?
About that.
What was your question?
No,
So you asked Google.
I asked them, where did the ink from tattoos derive?
Ask them, do they use dead bodies to produce the ink in tattoos, the black ink?
Are dead bodies used to produce the black ink for tattoos? No, they're commercial.
It said no?
It said batteries.
Okay.
Bodies.
All right, family.
No, dead bodies are not used commercially to produce black ink.
He said Google told him dead bodies are not used to make commercially to make black ink. Black ink for tattoos?
The idea comes from two sources. Memorial tattoo. Oh, memorial tattoo. Some people choose to make.
Can you come up? Can you come up and say it to the people?
Okay, that idea comes from two sources. Memorial tattoos. Some people choose to mix a tiny amount of cremated loved ones' ashes into standard tattoo ink to honor them. And viralness, false social media rumors claim human remains are processed on a mass scale to make commercial ink.
They're saying that to make commercial ink on a mass scale, that means large amounts of it, they don't use human bodies. That's what they say. All right. And they do say that some people choose to do it just so their loved ones will always be with them, I assume. All right.
On many levels. No tax for me.
All right, let's see what she got. Shabbat shalom, sis. This is what I got. Tell your husband we say Shabbat shalom, please. thought process cremated ashes remains can be custom blended into ink in rare niche memorial requests. Okay. In certain requests. So she pretty much agreeing with what you said that you found. They don't do it commercially like we think. But why would they tell us? Because the next question is where they getting the dead bodies from. So why would they tell us? All right. All right, family. Let's move on. Are there any other commandments that we need to do? Did I miss anybody's commandments?
Repost.
Yeah, if I missed your commandment, please repost it. I did ask us. He has another one? He did what? Yeah, we did that. We just did that. Let me see. I didn't miss Asa, did I? Yeah, we just did that. Thought maybe he might have had another one. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. All right. Our class is going to start today in Ezekiel. Chapter 46, verse 1. Do we have any volunteers to read today? Do we have any volunteers to read today? Oh, you gonna read? Oh, you want to read? Okay. You're gonna have to sit close enough so they can hear you. Or stand. It's up to you. We're in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 46. And what's the name of today's lesson? Sojourners who reside among you and have no children among you. What about sojourners that reside among you? Are they like you? Are they separate from you? Are they inheritors of all that you inherit? What's going on with sojourners that reside among you? They could never be of the tribe. They would never be of that tribe. But in essence, what the Creator's saying is, the people who serve me, let's see how we are supposed to treat the people who serve the Creator, who lives with us, who walk in the ways of the Most High. There will be people who live with us who will not walk in the ways of the Most High. You have to be real careful about those people, because the Most High says that those type of people will turn the hearts of your children from Him, and they'll end up being a snare unto you.
Reading from the book of Ezekiel, we are in chapter 36. That's the Most High's name, hallelujah.
Can y'all hear him well? Can y'all hear him well? If y'all can't hear him, then type in the room and let us know y'all can't hear him. Let's go ahead, bro.
And it reads, "And thou, son of man, prophesy unto the mountains of Israel."
Ezekiel 46 and 1.
46. Okay, 36.
Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom.
chapter 46, Ezekiel. And it reads, Thus saith Yah Elohim, the gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days. But on the Shabbat day it shall be open. And in the day of the new moon it shall be open.
Now stop there for a second. I remember having a conversation with a brother. His name was what's the brother's name? Barak Yisrael. He used to be Muslim from the pages that I read of him. He changed from being Muslim to living and serving the Most High now in this manner. That was a hard struggle for that brother. I know it was. For anybody to change their religious understanding and beliefs, it's a very hard journey. So I thank the Most High for his life and thank the Creator for allowing the brother the strength and the encouragement to put down what he understood to be falsity and gravitate to what he understood to be righteousness and the truth in reverence to the Most High. So now, the brother said to me, well, Prince, do you know it's the first time we met? I like these kind of people. First time we met, we in the scriptures, talking about scriptures. And I learned something. And I'm going to share with you what that brother calls me to learn. He says, Prince, do you know that the new moon, there's no commandment for us to keep the new moon? It's not a law. I never knew that. You guys may have known that, but Prince didn't know that. Prince always thought that keeping the new moon was just like a regular Sabbath day that we are supposed to keep. I just didn't do them. But I thought it was something that was initiated through the law, but it wasn't. It wasn't initiated through the law. It's a practice that we did, but the Most High never said that we had to do it. Like we're reading right here, it says that this is what's going to be done. It doesn't make it law. And even if it did, this is speaking future tense. It's not speaking present and current. The gate of the inner court that faces the east shall be shut on 6 working days. So 6 days that gate should be shut. Now I want y'all to pay attention to this because this is a great story here. If the gate is to be shut on 6 days and opened on the 7th day, when the sun goes down after the Shabbat, that gate should be shut again. So let's see if that's there. That lets you know that a day begins in the evening. Do you agree? Watch it. Let's see what happens.
Verse 2. And the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of the gate without, and shall stand by the post of the gate, and the priest shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offerings, and he shall worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening.
Should be shut. What? The gate shall not be shut until when?
Evening.
So that shows you that evening begins another day. It shows you that evening begins another day. But there are a lot of people now who are controversial in reference to when a day begins. The Most High made it clear right here. The gate shall be open or shut for 6 days, but it shall be opened on the Shabbat and then closed that evening so that 6 days can continue on. A lot of people won't see that though. It won't make sense to a lot of people what we just read. Read on, please.
Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of that gate before the Most High in the Shabbats and in the new moons. And the burnt offering that the prince shall offer unto Yah shall be in the Shabbat day 6 lambs without blemish and a ram without blemish. And the meal offering shall be an ephah.
What verse are we on now?
Verse 3.
Hold on a second, please. All right. Verse 3. Okay, one. Go ahead, you can read.
Starting back at verse 3. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of that gate before the Most High in the Shabbats and in the new moons.
Shabtot, on the Shabtot, and on new moon. Your word for moon in Hebrew is what? Kodesh is one. But the actual word for moon is Yareah. That's the actual word for moon. Kodesh means new moon. All right? Read on, please.
And the burnt offering that the prince shall offer unto Yah shall be in the Shabbat day 6 lambs without blemish and a ram without blemish.
Now, I want to take notice of something. I want you all to take notice of something. The prince is not of the tribe of Levi, not of Levi, and he's not of Zadok, but yet he's offering burnt offerings to the Most High. What is that saying? The prince has special precedence, and he's doing a service to the Most High. So what it really means, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is actually killing these animals and offering them up. He could be getting the Levites to do it, but all credit is going to him because he's overseeing it, making sure that it gets done. Read on, please.
And the meal offering shall be an ephah for the ram, and the meal offering for the lambs, as he is able to give, and a hin of oil to an ephah. And in the day of the new moon it shall be a young bullock without blemish, and 6 lambs, and a ram, they shall be without blemish. And he shall prepare a meal offering, an ephah for the bullock, and an ephah for the ram, and for the lambs according as his needs suffice, and a hin of oil to an ephah. And when the prince shall enter, he shall go in by the way of the porch of the gate, and he shall go forth by the way thereof. But when the people of the land shall come before the Most High in the appointed seasons, he that entereth by the way of the north gate to worship shall go forth by the way of the south gate. And he that entereth by way of the south gate shall go forth by the way of the north gate. He shall not return by the way of the gate whereby he came in.
Now, you know what that symbolizes for us? That means keep moving forward.
That's right.
In life.
That's right.
Keep moving forward. There's none of us here today that be in the same situation or worse situation than we were last year, this year. As we progress through life, we must progress in all of our doings as we move forward through life. The Creator has it so that if you come in the north side, you go keep moving to the other side in order to leave. Do not turn around and backtrack through your life. So that means that a lot of the things that you have accomplished and achieved in life, leave it in your past and keep moving forward. If you were smoking crack at one point in your life and you stopped smoking crack, don't revisit that again. That's in the past. If you were smoking cigarettes in your life and you stopped smoking cigarettes, don't pick up that habit again. Stay away from it. There's a lot of people who are on these habits or addicted to these things. They'll stop, they back on. They stop, they back on. They stop, they back on. The Most High is trying to give us an indicator that when you go in a certain direction, keep moving forward. When you begin to elevate in your behavior, in your character, keep moving forward because it's so far you have to go. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
But shall go forth straight before them. Verse 10. And the prince, when they go in, shall go in the midst of them. And when they go forth, they shall go forth toward together. And in the feast and in the appointed seasons, the meal offering shall be an ephah for a bullock and an ephah for a ram, and for the lambs as he is able to give, and a hin of oil to an ephah. And when the prince shall prepare a freewill offering, a burnt offering, or peace offerings as a freewill offering unto the Most High, one shall open for him the gate that looketh toward the east, and he shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offerings as he doth on the Shabbat day. Then he shall go forth, and after his going forth, one shall shut the gate. And thou shalt prepare a lamb of the first year without blemish for a burnt offering unto the Most High daily. Morning by morning shalt thou prepare it. And thou shalt prepare a meal offering with it, morning by morning, the sixth part of an ephah, and the third part of a hin of oil, to moisten the fine flour, a meal offering unto Yah continually by a perpetual ordinance. Thus shall they prepare the lamb and the meal offering and the oil morning by morning for a continual burnt offering. Thus said Yah Elohim, if the prince give a gift unto any of his sons, it is his inheritance. It shall belong to his sons. It is their possession by inheritance. But if he give of his inheritance a gift to one of his servants, it shall be his to the year of liberty. Then it shall return to the prince. But as for his inheritance, it shall be for his sons.
Did y'all see that? If he gives a gift to his servant, a new house, a new car, a whole lot of wealth, if he gives a gift to his servant, it shall be his servants for a period of time. And after that 50 year, the year of release, the year of Jubilee, all of it has to return back to the prince's bloodline, to his sons. That's deep. Read on, please.
Verse 18. Moreover, the prince shall not take of the people's inheritance to thrust them wrongfully out of their possession. He shall give inheritance to his sons out of his own possession, that my people be not scattered, every man from his possession. Then he brought me through the entry, which was at the side of the gate, into the holy chambers for the priests, which looked toward the north. And behold, there was a place on the hinder part westward. And he said unto me, this is the place where the priest shall boil the guilt offering and the sin offering, where they shall bake the meal offering, that they bring them not forth into the outer court to sanctify the people. Then he brought me forth into the outer court, and caused me to pass by the four corners of the court. And behold, in every corner of the court there was a court. In the four corners of the court there were courts enclosed, 40 cubits long and 30 broad. These four in the corners were of one measure. And there was a row of masonry round about in them, round about the four, and it was made with boiling places under the rows round about. Then said he unto me, these are the boiling places, where the ministers of the house shall boil the sacrifices of the people.
Read on, please.
Chapter 47. And he brought me back unto the door of the house, and behold, waters issued out from under the threshold of the house eastward, for the forefront of the house looked toward the east. And the waters came down from under, from the right side of the house, on the south of the altar. Then brought he me out by the way of the gate northward, and led me round by the way without unto the outer gate, by the way of the gate that looketh toward the east. And behold, there trickled forth waters on the right side. When the man went forth eastward with the line in his hand, he measured 1,000 cubits. And he caused me to pass through the waters that were to the ankles. Again he measured 1,000, and caused me to pass through the waters that were to the knees. Again he measured 1,000, and caused me to pass through waters that were to the loins. Afterward, he measured 1,000, and it was a river that I could not pass through, for the waters were risen, waters to swim in, a river that could not be passed through. And he said unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Then he led me and caused me to return to the bank of the river. Verse 7. Now when I had been brought back, behold, upon the bank of the river were very many trees on the one side and on the other. Then said he unto me, These waters issue forth toward the eastern region, and shall go down into the Arabah. And when they shall enter into the sea of the putrid waters, the waters shall be healed. And it shall come to pass that every living creature wherewith it swarmeth, whithersoever the river shall come, shall live. And there shall be a very great multitude of fish, for these waters are come thither, that all things be healed, and may live whithersoever the river cometh. And it shall come to pass that fishers shall stand by it from En-Gedi even unto En-Eglaim. There shall be a place for the spreading of nets. Their fish shall be after their kinds, as the fish of the great sea, exceeding many. But the miry places thereof and the marshes thereof shall not be healed. They shall be given for salt. And by the river upon the bank thereof, on this side and on that side, shall grow every tree for food, whose leaf shall not wither, neither shall the fruit thereof fail. It shall bring forth new fruit every month, because the waters thereof issue out of the sanctuary, and the fruit thereof shall be for food, and the leaf thereof for healing.
So in essence, what he's really talking about is all of us who claim to be servants of his.
Mm-hmm.
We supposed to be the living waters. We supposed to bring forward the living waters so that the rest of the people, the plants, the vegetation, the earth, so that they can all get some of that living water and be healed. But we have to first get that living water up in us so that we can do our proper job, because our leaves, the fruit, all those things is nourishment. And the cycle repeats over. When the fruit falls on the ground, it nourishes the earth, the soil, and it raises up new plants. And if those new plants are raising up strong enough, they will also raise new plants, and each one will prolong the lifespan of righteousness, because you yourself brought forth living water to feed each lifespan, each generation, each dispensation. You started that. And if you don't have it right now in your life, be the initiator of it, so that everyone after you, issuing forward from you, that come in your company, can get to drink from that fountain of living water. And therefore, share a cup of that fountain of living water through knowledge, through understanding, through wisdom, through behavior, through conduct. Share it with those who are less fortunate. Read on, please.
This is chapter 47, verse 13. Thus saith Yah Elohim, this shall be the border, whereby ye shall divide the land for inheritance according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Joseph receiving 2 portions, and ye shall inherit it, one as well as another, concerning which I lifted up my hand to give it unto your fathers. And this land shall fall unto you for inheritance. And this shall be the border of the land, on the north side, from the great sea by the way of Kethlon unto the entrance of Zedad, Hamath, Berotah, Sibraim, which is between the border of Damascus and the border of Hamath. Hazer Hatikon, which is by the border of Haran. And the border from the sea shall be Hazar Enan, at the border of Damascus. And on the northward is the border of Hamath. This is the north side. and the east side between Haran and Damascus and Gilad, and the land of Israel by the Jordan. From the border unto the east sea shall ye measure. This is the east side. And the south side southward shall be from Tamar, as far as the waters of Meribah Kadesh, to the brook, unto the great sea. This is the this is the south side southward. And the west side shall be the great sea, from the border as far as over against the entrance of Hamath. This is the west side. So shall ye divide this land unto you according to the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that ye shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you.
What? Read that part again.
And it shall come to pass that ye shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you.
So the sojourners that lived among us, that kept the laws of the Creator, received an inheritance from the Most High. That's deep. For the sojourner who reside among you and have had children among you,
Right.
They shall also receive an inheritance. Never knew that was there in the scriptures. Read on, please.
Okay, and it reads, who shall be
What verse you on?
I am on verse 22 in the middle.
Okay, start at 22 again, please.
Yes, it is. And it shall come to pass that ye shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you, who shall beget children among you, and they shall be unto you as the homeborn among the children of Israel.
They shall be to you just like a homeborn
Right.
of the house of Israel.
Right.
Y'all understand what's being said here? That's saying that any stranger that want to come and live in your community and serve the Creator of heaven and earth,
Man.
any stranger that conforms his ways to be pleasing and acceptable to the Creator is just like your homeborn servant. So that means that they can receive salvation. All those people out there on them corners talking that talk, that this ain't for the Gentiles, it's only for Israel, that's all they doing is talking talk. Show them that scripture and see what they got to say about that. Let them read that and see how their mind fickles with that. So what verse you on, bro?
I'm at the end of 22.
All right. You finished 22? All right, finish 23, and then we're going to move. I got some stuff I want to read.
They shall have inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that in what tribe the stranger sojourneth, they shall ye give him his inheritance. Saith Yah Elohim. Yah Elohim.
Wow. That's deep. The Old Testament speaks about Gentiles being saved in several key passages. Genesis 12:3, Isaiah 49:6, Isaiah 56, 6-7. Let me see if I can grab the scriptures real quick so we can read over some of these things. Which you can grab Isaiah 49:6. All right. Genesis 12:3. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curses thee. And in thee shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Come on now. Come on now. What are you talking about? We tend to think that people who walk with us are not of us. But anybody who worships this king, who serves the Most High, Yotze Zivaot, is just as you. You might have an upper hand because you got that pure blood. But how much harder is it somebody who don't have the blood to accept the ways of the Creator? And a lot of us, we separate because of the color of a person's skin and say, oh, you're a white man. you an Indian or you Pakistani, you ain't no servant of the Most High, and you're wrong. Any man on the face of the earth can serve the Most High. Any man who has the breath of life can serve our supreme power. You have to understand that. What do you have, Isaiah 49? What does it say, please?
This is Yeshayahu, chapter 49, verse 6, and it reads, Yea, he saith, it is too light a thing that thou shouldest be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Yaakov, and to restore the offspring of Israel. I will also give thee for a light of the nation.
To who?
I will also give thee for a light of the nation.
I will give you out for a light unto the Gentiles. That's what it means, to the nations, to the Goyim, to all the people that are not Israel. I will give my children, Yisrael, to open up their eyes so that they can serve me. Now, if our job is to open up their eyes so that they can serve the Creator, then are they receiving salvation? Yes or no? Absolutely.
That my salvation may be unto the end of the earth.
That his salvation may extend unto the ends of the earth. Isaiah 56, 6-7. Come on now. I got a whole bunch of things that the Most High has just shared with us. There's a way for me to share my page without stopping the page. Let me see if I could messed it up. Go ahead. Read.
This is in the book of Yeshayahu, chapter 56, verse 6 and 7. Hallelujah. And it reads, Also the aliens that join themselves to the Most High, to minister unto him, and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servants, everyone that keepeth the Shabbat from profaning and holdeth fast by my covenant, even them will I bring to my holy mountain.
Everyone.
Even them.
Everyone. That's everyone on the planet of the earth. So it don't matter what they look like. It don't matter what they did previously. None of that stuff matters to this king. The only thing that matters is what they're doing currently. Whether they're serving the Most High to the best of their ability or not. So a white man, green man, purple man, orange man, anyone who don't look like you can be of you. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Read on, bro. You got the end of that?
Yeah, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be acceptable upon my altar. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all people.
My house should be called a house of prayer for all people. So the Creator ain't discriminating. He's not shutting you out if you're not of this nationality. He's not excluding you if you practice idolatry and worship JC and did all those things. This is why I say to you, and I say to anybody, it really doesn't care what your nationality is for you to receive and be on the right path with the Creator. Your nationality has nothing to do with it. The only thing that has something to do with it is you being true to what you understand to be right. Serve the Creator with all your heart, all your mind, and all your soul, O ye nations, no matter who you are, and you shall receive blessings from this King. That's what we got to understand. All right? Now, I posted on the page, I don't know if you can see that, but we're in Psalms 22 and 27. I'm not going to read all of these. I posted these so that you can copy them down and so that you can see a lot of these things in how we are, a lot of the pagans or people who practice idolatry at one point in their lives, or people who wasn't a part of the nation at one point in their lives, gravitated to this way of life and worship the Most High. So we got the first one is Psalms 22 and 27. You want to read that, bro? Psalms 22, verse 27.
We are in the book of Tehillim, chapter 22, verse 27. May the Most High be praised. Hallelujah. And it reads, let the humble eat and be satisfied. Let them praise Yah that seek after him. May your heart be quickened forever. All the ends of the earth shall remember and turn unto Yah, and all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before thee.
Who? All the kindreds of the nations, all inhabitants of the earth. Let all who decide to worship the Most High worship him. Everybody has an opportunity to salvation. Everybody, no matter what your history was, no matter what your past was, you have that opportunity. Let's say now you can't be a priest. You're not in that order of in the house of the Most High on that platform doing certain things, but you can be of the laymen who worship him. That's open to all people. Psalms 111, verse 1.
The book of Tehillim, 111, verse 1. And it reads, I will give thanks unto the Most High with my whole heart, in the counsel of the upright and in the congregation. The works of the Most High are great, sought out of all them that have delight therein. His work is glory and majesty, and his righteousness endureth forever. He hath made a memorial for his wonderful works. The Most High is gracious and full of compassion. He hath given food unto them that fear him. He will ever be mindful of his covenant. He hath declared to his people the power of his works, and given them the heritage of the nations. The works of his hands are truth and justice. All his precepts are sure. They are established forever and ever. They are done in truth and uprightness. He hath sent redemption unto his people. He hath commanded his covenant forever. Holy and awful is his name.
Holy and awesome.
The fear of the Most High is the beginning of wisdom. And good understanding have all they that do thereafter. His praise endureth forever. Hallelujah.
Isaiah 42 and 6.
We are in the book of Yeshayahu, chapter 42, verse 6. I, Jehovah, have called thee in righteousness, and have taken hold of thy hand, and kept thee, and set thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the nations, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the dungeon, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house.
Very well. To give a light, to be a light unto all the Gentiles. That's what the Most High has created us to be. Isaiah 56. Well, you did that already. 56, 3-7. Now, let's look at people like Melchizedek. Genesis 14, 18-20. Melchizedek wasn't an Israelite. He wasn't a Hebrew Israelite. He was king of Salem and a priest of the Most High Ha Elohim. He was king of Salem and a priest of the Most High Ha Elohim.
We're in the book of Bereshit,
Chapter 14, verse 18.
And it reads, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was Kohen of Yah Most High. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abraham of Yah Most High, maker of heaven and earth. And blessed be Yah Most High, who hath delivered thine enemies into thine hand. And he gave him a tenth of all.
That's Melchizedek giving to Abraham a tenth of all that he had. Jethro, y'all know who Jethro is? Jethro was Moshe's father-in-law, who was a Midianite, who was not a Hebrew Israelite. Exodus 18, verse 9 to 12. Jethro, he was a Midianite priest, father-in-law to Moshe, and he's going to confess the supremacy of the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. Exodus 18, verse 9 to 12.
And it reads, And Yithro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yah had done to Israel, and that he had delivered them out of the hand of the Egyptians. And Yithro said, Blessed be Yah, who hath delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who hath delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians.
He praised the Most High. He honored the Most High. He spoke about the Most High's supremacy over the children of Israel, over the whole earth. Rahab, Joshua chapter 2, 9 to 11. Rahab was a harlot. She wasn't an Israelite. She was a Canaanite. Joshua chapter 2, verse 9. So everyone's saying the Gentiles cannot receive salvation. Here's some things for you to give them. Read on, please.
And it reads, And she said unto the men, I know that Yah hath given you the land, and that your terror is fallen upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. For we have heard how the Most High dried up the water of the Red Sea before you, when ye came out of Mitzrayim, and what ye did unto the two kings of the Amorite, that were beyond the Jordan, unto Sihon and to Og, whom ye utterly destroyed.
Now, I need y'all to really look at Rahab for a second. Here it is, a woman whose life is full of sin. Her life is full of sin. She's a harlot, a prostitute. She knows that the Most High redeemed his people, but she hasn't been introduced to him. She didn't go and serve him. She continued on in her life of sin. When the Israelites came to her, she confessed that she had this knowledge of the supremacy of the Most High Creator. She went against her own people to help destroy her own people, but to save the children of the Most High. Mm-hmm. That's deep. Mm-hmm. That's deep. Because she understood the greatness of our King, the one in whom we serve. She understood that greatness. So you mean after all she did, she doesn't get rewarded from the Creator for what she's done? I beg to differ.
She preserved her household.
Yeah, Rahab went out. She went out. Ruth chapter 1, verse 16. Ruth chapter 1, verse 16.
We are in the book of Ruth, the first chapter, verse 16, and it reads, And Ruth said, Entreat me not to leave thee, and to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. And thy people shall be my people, and thy power my power.
Man, that's powerful. You meet people today that you can't even get them to do some of the things that you need them to do in your community. Here's Ruth saying, your people will be my people, your power will be my power. You tell me the Most High ain't going to reward her for her thoughts and her actions and her deeds? Yes, he is, absolutely. And she was a Moabite. And you know how they worship Chemosh. They offered their children up to the deity Chemosh. They worshiped him. She was raised up in that, but she was married to a Hebrew man. When he died, she wouldn't let his mother go because his mother lived as an honorable woman. She was a woman of virtue. She honored the Creator. And Ruth learned to honor the Most High through Naomi. You get people today, you can't convince people of your way of life, that your way of life is true. Therefore, you don't try. Read on, please. Naaman, 2 Kings chapter 5. Naaman wasn't thinking about the Most High, but he saw the power of the Most High. He said, wow, I'm going to worship this king. 2 Kings chapter 5, verse 15 to 17.
It reads, and he returned to the man of Elohim, he and all his company, and came and stood before him, and he said, behold now, I know that there is no power in all the earth but in Israel.
You hear what he's saying? This man was a pagan. He worshipped with his leader in the house of a deity. When he saw the workings of the Most High, he completely changed his ways. Yeah. Read on, please.
Now, therefore, I pray thee, take a present of thy servant. But he said, as Yah liveth, before whom I stand, I will receive none. And he urged him to take it, but he refused. And Naaman said, if not, yet I pray thee, let there be given to thy servant 2 mules burden of earth.
Did you pass 17?
Reading it now. And Naaman said, if not, yet I pray thee, let there be given to thy servant 2 mules, burden of earth. For thy servant will henceforth offer neither burnt offering nor sacrifice unto other deities, but unto the Most High.
He said, I won't worship nobody but the Most High. Amen. How many people you walk with in your life who has taken hold of the Creator because of your actions, your thoughts, your deeds, and your life, your lifestyle? How many people have you affected that way to raise them up and bring them to the knowledge of the Most High? Because you know that's your job. Read on, please. No more reading in that one. The Ninevites. Remember the story of Jonah? Jonah, chapter 3, verse 5 to 10. The Ninevites wasn't worshiping the Most High. Jonah went to them, and Jonah told them what the Most High was getting ready to do to them. They immediately changed their ways. The king of Nineveh proclaimed a fast for the people. That the people, even the animals, had to fast. Jonah chapter 3, verse 5 to 10. Read on, please.
Reads, and the people of Nineveh believed Yah, and they proclaimed a fast and put on sackcloth, from the greatest of them even to the least of them. And the tidings reached the king of Nineveh, and he arose from his throne and laid his robe from him and covered him with sackcloth and sat in ashes. And he caused it to be proclaimed and published through Nineveh by the decree of the king and his nobles, saying, let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock taste anything. Let them not feed nor drink water, but let them be covered with sackcloth, both man and beast, and let them cry mightily unto Yah. Yea, let them turn every one from his evil way, and from the violence that is in their hands. Who knoweth whether the Most High will not turn and repent, and turn away from his fierce anger, that we perish not?
This is deep, man. This is deep, y'all. Real deep.
And the Most High saw their works, that they turned from their evil way. And the Most High repented of the evil which he said he would do unto them.
He was getting ready to rub them out. He was getting ready to rub them out. And they transformed their ways, and they received what? Salvation. salvation. And they didn't have to believe in a man that died on a stick to receive it.
Amen.
Nebuchadnezzar, the greatest king in Babylon of all times, Daniel chapter 4, verse 34. Nebuchadnezzar, who was a Babylonian, received a great blessing from the Most High. Chapter 4, verse 34 to 37.
We're in the book of Daniel, chapter 4.
34 to 37. Huh?
Chapter 4.
Daniel, chapter 4.
It starts at 34.
Okay, read 34 for me.
And it reads, Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, for all his works are truth, and his ways justice, and those that walk in pride he is able to abase.
Thus saith the Most High. He just is that. Is that it for that?
Okay, it goes to chapter 5.
Okay. What chapter 5 say?
Belshazzar, the king, made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords, and drank wine before the 1,000. Belshazzar, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels.
All right, that's going into something else.
Right.
Yeah, we don't need to get into that. It's cool. Well, we got it. What we needed out of that to show that he honored and glorified the Most High King. All right, family, there we go. All right. So for some reason, it seems like some people's videos started over for them. Some people went back and it started again in the earlier part of the lesson, and some people still with us. Are you currently here, family? Give me a 1 if you can still hear me, because something is going on with these videos where they're resetting themselves. If you're currently here, give me a 1, please, if you can hear me. Okay, so we got some people that's still with us, and some people got set back. And I don't know why, but the video started over for them. Okay. Kane, Shabbat Shalom, family. All right, are there any questions or comments pertaining to what we read thus far? Are there any other questions or comments? Anyone? All right. All right, let's go down, finish up where we left off. Ezekiel chapter 47. We only got like 2 more chapters in Ezekiel, so we're going to close out the book of Ezekiel. So this is to combat that Christian teaching from those Christians that stand on the corner and say that salvation is not for the Gentiles, because it is. Those people who sojourned with us, who lived among us and had children among us, who worship the Creator, can receive salvation, just as you can. They teach heavy against that. My brother Rhea, Shabbat Shalom, bro. May the Most High be with you. Go ahead, bro. Let's go. You ready?
Yes.
So we're on Ezekiel 47 and 21. Let's start at 21. 22.
And it reads, And it shall come to pass that ye shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you, who shall beget children among you, and they shall be unto you as the homeborn among the children of Israel. They shall have an inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that in what tribe the stranger sojourneth, there shall ye give him his inheritance. Saith Yah Elohim. Chapter 48.
Now, whatever tribe he lives in that sojourns with us, he shall receive an inheritance.
Right.
So it is not just for Israel.
Right.
It's for anyone who decides to worship this king.
Great.
Read on, please.
Now these are the names of the tribes. From the north end, beside the way of Kethlon, to the entrance of Hamath,
Lebo Hamath.
Kazer Hanan, at the border of Damascus, northward beside Hamath, and they shall have their sides east and west, Dan one portion. And by the border of Dan, from the east side unto the west side, Asher one portion. And by the border of Asher, from the east side even unto the west side, Naphtali one portion. And by the border of Naphtali, from the east side unto the west side, Manasseh one portion. And by the border of Manasseh, from the east side unto the west side, Ephraim one portion. And by the border of Ephraim, from the east side even unto the west side, Reuben one portion. And by the border of Reuben, from the east side unto the west side, Yehudah one portion. And by the border of Yehudah, from the east side unto the west side, shall be the offering which ye shall set aside, 25,000 reeds in breadth, and in length as one of the portions, from the east side unto the west side, and the sanctuary shall be in the midst of it. The offering that ye shall set apart unto Yah shall be 25,000 reeds in length, and 10,000 in breadth. And for these, even for the priests, shall be the holy offering. Toward the north, 25,000 in length, and toward the west, 10,000 in breadth. And toward the east, 10,000 in breadth. And toward the south, 25,000 in length, and the sanctuary of the Most High shall be in the midst thereof. The sanctified portion shall be for the priests, by the sons of the sons of Zadok, that have kept my charge, that went not astray when the children of Israel went astray, as the Levites went astray. And it shall be unto them a portion set apart from the offering of the land, a thing most holy, by the border of the Levim. And answering unto the border of the priests, the Levites shall have 25,000 in length, and 10,000 in breadth. All the length shall be 25,000, and the breadth 10,000. And they shall not sell of it, nor exchange, nor alienate the first portion of the land, for it is holy unto the Most High.
See, that's what it says on our page. In the Hebrew, over top of my head, it says Kodesh La Boreh, holy unto the Most High. 48:15.
Canaan, it reads, and the 5,000 that are left in the breadth in front of the 25,000 shall be for common use, for the city, for dwelling, and for open land. And the city shall be in the midst thereof. And these shall be the measures thereof. The north side, 4,500. And the south side, 4,500. On the east side, 4,500. And on the west side, 4,500. And the city shall have open land. Toward the north, 250. And toward the south, 250. and toward the east 250, and toward the west 250. And the residue and length answerable unto the holy offering shall be 10,000 eastward and 10,000 westward, and it shall be answerable unto the holy offering, and the increase thereof shall be for food unto them that serve the city. And they that serve the city out of all the tribes of Israel shall till it. All the offerings shall be 5 and 20,000, by 5 and 20,000. Ye shall set apart the holy offering 4 square with the possession of the city. Verse 21. And the residue shall be for the prince on the one side and on the other of the holy offering and of the possession of the city, in front of the 5 and 20,000 of the offering toward the east border, and westward in front of the 5 and 20,000 toward the west border, answerable unto the portions, it shall be for the prince. And the holy offering and the sanctuary of the house shall be in the midst thereof. Thus the possession of the Levim and the possession of the city shall be in the midst of that which is the prince's. Between the border of Yehuda and the border of Benjamin shall be the prince's. Verse 23. And as for the rest of the tribes, from the east side unto the west side, Benjamin one portion. And by the border of Benjamin, from the east side unto the west side, Shimon one portion. And by the border of Shimon, from the east side unto the west side, Yissaschar one portion. And by the border of Yissaschar, from the east side unto the west side, Zebulun one portion. And by the border of Zebulun, from the east side unto the west side, Gad one portion. And by the border of Gad, at the south side southward, the border shall be even unto Sigah, and shall be even from Tamar unto the waters of Meribah Kadesh to the brook unto the great sea. This is the land which ye shall divide by lot unto the children, unto the tribes of Israel for inheritance. And these are their portions, saith Yah Elohim. And these are the goings out of the city. On the north side, 4,500 reeds by measure. And the gates of the city shall be after the names of the tribes of Israel. 3 gates northward, the gate of Reuben, 1. The gate of Yehuda, 1. The gate of Lewi, 1. And at the east side, 4,500 reeds and 3 gates. Even the gate of Yosef, 1. And the gate of Benjamin, 1. And the gate of Dan, 1. And at the south side, 4,500 reeds by measure, and 3 gates. The gate of Shimon, 1. The gate of Yissaschar, 1. The gate of Zebulun, 1. At the west side, 4,500 reeds with their 3 gates. The gate of God, 1. The gate of Asher, 1. The gate of Naphtali, 1. It shall be 18,000 reeds round about. And the name of the city from that day shall be Yehovah is there.
Where is that at? Ezekiel 48 and 35. I need to see that translation in English. Ezekiel 48 and 35. I mean, I need to see the writing in Hebrew.
Gotcha.
Ezekiel 48. Let's say that. From day, the Most High is there. Mion. Mion, Yohe, Wahe, Shema. Well, they have it translated. From that day shall be the Most High. And don't say that. They're translating Yohe Wahe and using it to represent the Most High at the same time. Yohe Wahe is future tense, past tense, present tense, all in together. It says shall be. Yihiye is shall be. The Most High is there. Shema. Maze Shema. To hear. There. Oh, Sham. Oh, but then why Shama? And maybe that's the command form? How you put a command form of there? Yeah, maybe. Shama.
Always here.
Yeah, Sham means there, but why are they using it this way? They are using Sham. Let me see what they got. There, they got it. Shama. What conjugation is Shama? That must be the command form. All right, that's it. It's not showing me. It's just using Sham. All right, well, I'm gonna definitely look into that later. Okay, thither. Okay, after verses of motion. Thither. Shama is after versions of motion, like something moving. Thither, like. Okay. And then they have several references where they use the Shama rather than Sham.
In it.
Huh?
It says in it, whether they're therein.
Yeah. But it's something in motion.
It is therein.
It's moving, it's happening. Okay. Very well. Toda Rabbah. All right, family. Are there any questions, any comments before we close this portion of the service out? Are there any questions or any comments? Thank you very much for reading, bro. Greatly appreciate it.
Amen.
If there are no questions, we're going to make prayer. We're going to close it out. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to close us out with a prayer? Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to close us out with a prayer? That air conditioner is pumping in.
So I had to step out before. All right.
See, that air ain't joking. What is it, like 100 degrees a day? May the Most High be praised. All right, family, we're going to close it out. Before you leave, we ask that you will go out and share and like the page to help that algorithm get jumping a little bit more. And if there are any comments, you can still post it after the class is over, and we'll get to see those a little bit later. May the Most High be praised. We all rise, face the east. Turn the lights off, please. The first one. East. Guilt says, Elo, at this time, Abby, we ask for permission to approach unto your throne. Merciful King, we thank you. We honor you, we worship you. You are the King that have brought forth life from nothingness, and you have caused it to be in existence for a very long time. So long man can only speculate what he believes with his infinite knowledge, how long life has been in existence. But I thank you, Father, for the life that you have allowed my wife to bear within her womb at this time. And I pray that you would allow that child to grow strong, to live a very long, prosperous life, to be pleasing and acceptable in your sight, to stand strongly by you, to uphold your law, and to live in your truth. We ask, O great King, that you will have mercy upon us. Forgive us of our sins and our iniquities and all that we have done to violate you, to trespass against you. Remove the curses from us, Father, and heal us. Make us whole, bless us, and strengthen us. Cause our minds to walk in the ways of truth. Cause our minds to walk with a desire of righteousness and to fulfill that desire in this lifetime and for many lives to come. You are worthy of all praise, Father. There is none that can come close unto you. We humble ourselves before your throne. And we thank you, Father, for the life of everyone who made it to this service today. Those who are watching it at a later time, who have tuned in and heard the word that you have brought forward through your servant. We are grateful, Father. Please continue to be with us. Continue to guide, to help, and support us. Continue to elevate us and teach us your truth. And for those who had a hard time accepting these lessons on this day, we ask that you will soften their mind, soften their spirit, and allow them to remove their emotions from the equation that they might be able to hold on to and receive your truth. There is no power like you, Father. There is no might like your might. Therefore, we acknowledge, we serve, we honor, and we worship. We would actually lay down our lives for you. Therefore, we dedicate our existence to you. The Most High, the Creator, the King of all creation, we humble you, and we all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbi. All praise, all glory, all honor to the Most High King of all creation. Toda Rabba, and we keep going Otanu, Abi, Toda Rabba. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers, for blessing your people, and for strengthening your people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for he is King. All right. Are there any questions? Ima, are there any announcements? Okay. Ima still attending to the delivery. All right, family, I'm going to go down here now and see my baby be born. If the Creator allows that to be today, I'm going.
No,
With you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ima.
I was saying no announcements.
Okay. If the Most High allows it to be today, it'll be today. May the Most High be praised. Do you want to give them an update on her condition? Ima?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Would you like to give the family an update on her condition?
We're still laboring. That's
That's
it. We're
it?
just, yeah. The baby's not
How
here
far
yet.
apart?
No, like 15 minutes now. We're speeding up a
Okay.
little.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom to Kim.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. You had a lot to do, you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute. As fast as change clothes after cleaning.